What is going on? I am Captain Spicy Pants. We are going to be running more Star Trek Online, and tonight we are going to test the Andorian trait. I want to see if it's possible to have 100% uptime on this trait. And what I mean by that is, can I be damn near immune for the entirety of playing, which is going to require a couple tweaks to my science build, but we gotta go level up the ship first. So hopefully you are having a good. What is today? Tuesday. Tuesday. Yeah. Let's see. Um, let's break this down real quick. So I only see this being very niche in PvP, which is already kind of dead, right? But I think this could really just make it even more unbalanced. I don't know if you would really run it in a TFO whatsoever, but I guess you could. Sorry, is it the Andorian trait that I was thinking of? No, not the Andorian trait. Oh no, we got to retitle the stream. We're gonna be testing the. Which trait was it? Is it? Oh, it is. I don't even know which trait I was looking at. It's the Andorian trait, right? The science and no, no. I'm sorry. We're gonna trait. We're testing the Surrok tree. That's what we're testing. That's what we're testing. All right, so we're gonna actually test. There we go. I am just curious because I want to see if we can get this to be 100% uptime, and if so, basically how little do you really have to build into a ship that's immune all the time? Like, or if there is a small gap in the window, right? So basically, it's immunity damage for 5 seconds, and it triggers off of intel and science abilities. It does say there's a 30-second cooldown. So does that mean can you run this plus a console plus another tray and fill the gaps in with immunities? Actually, could you run two consoles plus this? So you'd be filling the gaps, right? So if it has a 30-second cooldown, your first thing would be to fire off like whatever science or intel ability you want to fire off, right? So you fire that off, you get your 5 seconds of immunity, and then uh, as soon as you're done being immune, you would run. I find the console. I don't remember which ship. Uh, but actually, if you did it in this ship right here, the Dimash, this is another immunity, the time slip ship. Now, technically, that ship can be destroyed, and you would lose your immunity, right? So you could run this, then you could run. Let's see what console I'm thinking of. There's so many damn consoles all over the place. But the one that comes out the Voyager, I think it's like centralized something. I'll know it as soon as I see it, and I'm gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I see it." But anyways, if you could fill the gaps, right? So you could fill that 5 second and the 30-second unity. Could you essentially just be immune like the entire duration? Because if you're using control abilities and unconventional systems, or yeah. Anyways, if you're running all that right, so you're already getting your consoles pulled down and everything else. Like, where's the gap at in your immunities, and could you close that gap? And that's, I guess, what I want to find out is see how long we can remain immune for. It might be in my bank, honest. It probably is. I just would have thought I'd throw it on a ship, but Maybe not. Right here, yeah, decentralized immunity. So if you ran this, let's say you did this in a Daemon, right? So you ran this, you ran decentralized immunity, you ran new Surrok trait, you even ran, let's even up it even more. You ran the reputation for the 3.5 seconds of immunity whenever you're shot, and that has a 30-second cooldown. Could you essentially just be a flying immune ship? Is there enough immunities or gaps to close for that? Or if so, what's the maximum amount of time you could be immune for while taking advantage of getting to take advantage of my traits all weird. I don't run strike from shadows. Maybe I do. I don't know. Yeah, so run unconventional systems and run boilers so that you can get your stuff to recharge faster, right? Then you get your control abilities back. You fire off your control abilities. You get your consoles to burn down, and then hold it. Do I really run straight from ship on this ship? Maybe I do. It's not a bad trade. I just didn't think. And you eventually get targeted on here. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go level up the Surrok, and we'll level it in one run because it is a science ship. And just bring our science ship in. We're not going to switch out attack mode. We're just gonna drop a bunch of psi and be done with it, right? So we're gonna level this up, grab the trait, and we'll actually stick it on over Strike from Shadows just to test it. And then we're gonna play around with some consoles, and then we're gonna see what happens. So that's the whole goal, I guess. Yay. There we go. So that moved everything over. Oh yeah, this gets an extra one. Great, we'll just throw on some maelstroms on here, I guess, right? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Okay, cool. Take a look at the seating too, just he's like my main science, and I don't really run any. Yeah, for me being like tactical. We have chemosite on this. Might no. Hard enough to train him in chemosite. Oh no, we can just throw tractor beam catapult on. That'll be fun. Let's do that. Then we can put beam fire at will here and cannon scatter volley here. All we're going to do is just go level this ship, but like I said, it'll be done in one quick run. Then we're going to snag the trait, and then we're going to go have fun with the trait. And we're going to see what kind of stupid stuff we can do with it. I'm always looking for an excuse to break the game. Which control ability do we want? Eject warp plasma? Yeah, we can just turns like a turd. So I got Hermes there. Do I want very cold in space? Targeting sensors. I think Zet is my Romulan. No, he's my pirate, right? Yeah, he's my pirate. Okay, that's fine. As long as I have somebody there. And then let's see for the last slot, run. I guess we can just put another science officer there, right? Put more for That there. Okay, we're just throwing this together real quick. It's not as long as it works for what we're trying to attempt to do here. I do want to change the skin on this ship though. Actually, variation skin. I kind of like the way the Sovereign looks on this one. It looks very clean. I like the way they did it. We'll keep this one. Question is, okay, that looks slick. This thing is gonna turn like a turd, but that's okay. We don't really need it to turn. We just need to drop a bunch of magic and we should have no problem with survivability. We should be good to go. This one will just eat elite. Like nothing. So we'll be okay. Although this ship is not T6X2, so we are losing 2 traits. Not that big of a deal. Just literally going to grab this trait and it does. Which traits? You make sure the traits are decent. 5 magic's perfect. Universal design's perfect. Spore and is perfect. Tonic. I may change out Entwined just because like I'm not too worried about a bunch of torpedoes right now and put on Direct Dilithium Burn just for the AoE explosions to help clear out the mess of enemies. That's literally it. I could do by the book or something. I think we're just going to do this one. Just to level. Here, roster, duty officers, there's that. Yep, okay. All right, let's set up our taskbar real quick. Usually, I don't have any pets. We're not bringing any pets into. I'm not even gonna worry about that one. In fact, we just pets. No need for it. The sensor, and we'll put that up there. We'll put this up there. Vortex is great. Not gonna switch to tactical mode. We're gonna stay in science. No reason for us to switch at all. For fact, let me power. Let's keep shields where they are. The damage. How much does that drop my engine? Okay, there's not much we're gonna be able to do. This, like I said, this ship just does not. Auto. Okay, so I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to get Dragon's Flame or Delphic Terror to go off, just because like it's gonna be really rough to line up. Here, all of ours. Let's open up with beta debuff, survivability, fire at will for torpedoes, which actually I don't even need. We're not even running entwined entwined tactical matrices. Not running it on this ship for now. I'm not even gonna put it on. Worth it. We're just gonna try scatter volley. We don't need it. Do have charged particle burst as a backup kind of science thing, right? But we don't want. Basically, we just want grab well and plasma storm and blow up everything with our secondary deflector. That's pretty much it. Like, not really trying to go too crazy. Powered engines. Maneuvers is going to be used quite a bit. Maybe if we can off maneuvers. We already got our plasma storm. Okay, so there's our grab well, which we definitely don't need. Jam sensors here for right now. Grab well, we definitely need photonic. That. So stuff. Great science. We'll put that down there. Analysis is fantastic. Subnuke. I don't think we're gonna really subnuke anything, but you know, you never know. What else do we need? Vector beam, catapult. It's fun as hell to use. I don't know how well we're gonna do. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. I doubt I'll ever get the Imperial Rift set to go off, but we'll try. This thing is like just it's a slow moving turd. Okay, so now we can move some of our control abilities just to get universal designs rolling, right? Okay. That should be good. All right, let's go level up this thing, right? So I guess we can just keep it on advanced. We really don't have to go. We'll just clear out enough stuff to keep it on advanced. Like we'll get it in one run. Do I want to do it with the Lachis or rescue and search? Let's do rescue and search. That's what we're gonna do. We'll do rescue and search, and that'll be good. Okay.
To see you, my friend. As you can see, I'm in the middle of
Get moving in this thing. You know, you would think for a Vulcan ship as like with this ring and everything else, it would have a much better turn rate, but it kind of doesn't, and it sucks ass. We're just blowing everything up. It's too easy. But good lord, does this thing just turn slow as dog shit, man. It's just slow. We probably overkilled that group, but it's not that big of a deal. We'll have all of our cooldowns.
That rift's unstable. We need to hurry, or those ships won't make it.
And with evasive maneuvers. Cool. Alright.
Klingon vessels are warping into your position.
Ah, you son of a bitch. Ugh. Yeah, I can't even turn to hit them with the asteroid. It's great. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. I mean, it's fine. It's gonna work for what we need it to work.
Thank you for...
We're just gonna sit still and like blow it up as soon as it comes. We're not even gonna have to move. Shouldn't get viral.
That's one less rift to worry about. Let's regroup with Kumarte.
Okay, let's go do it. Let's go regroup. Let's go see.
Bad news, I'm afraid. Klingons are approaching our position.
Alright, so if we sit here, oh, you little fucker. We drop that. We just drop a bunch of sciencey bullshit, and there we go. Oh! Oh, wait, whoa. You need to, like, not... Oh, I guess that makes sense. I don't have any survivability traits on here. It's okay. It just all dies. It all works. It would be better if I wasn't constantly, like, getting placated. That would be great. But I suppose we'll just make it work. But you guys stop. Hey, we actually might get the rift to go off, too. Yep, we sure did. Boom. Dead. And we're dead. Okay, I lied when I said we would sit still and not die, but we would just sit still and blowing shit up. So, it's fine. I pretty much guarantee the ship is at 5 right now. Did I just double die? I sure as fuck did. I leveled up and I double died. That was great. And I am invisible. That's awesome. I can't see me. Can you all see me? Oh, now we're here. Alright, let's do this again. I should have put on RSP, to be honest. It's okay. It's not really needed. Not for... Not for what we're just doing right now. Why is it acting like I got sub-nuked? I shouldn't have gotten sub-nuked, though. Yo, yeah, wait, what? There's another death. 100%. It's okay. It doesn't really matter. Like I said, I guarantee the ship is at level 5 by now. There's no reason why it shouldn't be. That's like 7, 8 groups worth of enemies, and we leveled up. So I mean, it should definitely important enough. You all stop spreading out. Get your ass back over here. I can't even pull them back in. They're so spread out. Kind of why I didn't want to move around in the first place. Like, I just wanted to just blow everything up from one... Yeah, deal with the stragglers. It's fine. I could pull them in like this. This should get most of them back over here. Maybe. That one slowly. Come on. Get over here. Get... Not gonna do it. Nope. Nope. The pull on it is just not... It's okay, though. We'll manage. The whole time, I pulled all those enemies and cleared out everything. I never once got Viral Matrix until the end. That's great. Do we need anything? Probably, I guess we could have Discovery or Omega.
I think that was the last of them, indeed.
Damn cheater. What's up, MP? How are you? Yeah, I definitely... Alright, so I think if I'm not level 5 with this ship, I'd be so damn surprised, because it's usually, with all the science bullshit, it's just one and done. Usually. Unless, like, I miscalculated. But yeah. Yep, one and done. There you go. That's all it takes. Alright, so now we got the trait. Now we'll go back into the Arc Royal. And we're going to see how many immunities we can stack. So, you know, like, if PvP ever somehow comes back around, I will break PvP with the Science Officer. I'm fine with that. On top of it, if not, you could literally level this ship up, put on 2 consoles plus a reputation trait, and run elite TFOs at, like, no build whatsoever. Because you'll never die. Like, so that's kind of the idea here, is to make it to where you just never die. So we're going to find out. We're going to find out if it can be done. And if it can't be done, how much of it can be done and how timing of everything's going to be. Because what we're going to do is we're going to go back into a patrol, but we're going to put it on elite, and I'm literally going to sit there and let enemies shoot at me and see where the gaps are in immunity windows and how long I can keep it up, basically without activating a single heal or anything. I just want to see. We should do it in the Damosh. I really do think so. Only because the Damosh has this console as well, so it's just another immunity. I don't have to do it in the Damosh. I could still do it in the Arc Royal, but oh, nice, hell yeah. We this trait triggers off of science and intel abilities. If we did it in the Arc Royal, it's only science abilities because the other is temporal, which makes the Arc Royal perfect in PvE. But the Damosh, I think we should do it in here. I think I need to re-update the build anyways for this ship. I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Okay. I think some of this shit is a little off of here. It's using like, oh boy. Yeah, it doesn't even have my Lorcas. It doesn't have my gravimetric. It has nothing. It's not even running my revolutionary or my competitive engine. Oh my lord. Not running my good science consoles. Oh. That tells you how long it's been since I've flown to Demon. Like, in a minute. I think I grabbed everything. I'm not worried about the bills. Right. Yeah, look at this. This is what is on here? Oh, the quantum phase set. That is like a story mission set. Whoops. I mean, it's not a bad story mission set, but this was like an early on. Like, there is this. It's got a deteriorating. All right. Okay. Change all this stuff out. I don't remember where. Because oh, thing. Let me see. Yeah, torpedoes kind of matter. Plasma torpedo. All right, so this is where things get a little odd. Yeah. Fahrenheit. These were like consoles that worked. I guess we could technically run base membrane as well. That would make you immune to torpedoes. And you get more resistances. I'll leave this in the inventory and we'll kind of play around with it. It's an option. It's not a necessity. And I didn't even really think about that. I'm gonna put all of our goodie. Wait a second. This is T6X too. Why? What am I? Oh, that's right. Because I have this console as an immunity. Okay, so I need to think about what I'm doing here. Guess we're not using pets on here either, so we won't use this one. Okay, so we have one immunity there, and then we need decentralized immunity as the other immunity console, right? So I'm actually going to take off one of these. Get drunk, do donuts in a semi sounds fun. Yeah. Yeah, it could be fun. It's only illegal if you get caught, right? Like this. There we go. All right, so we have two immunity consoles. Why the hell does 31 and 47 keep coming off? Wait. Fuck over. Did it mess up my duty officer? It did. Ah, bro, what the hell? Okay. I'm so confused here. I remember what duty officers I have. I know I need. No, I need the emergency con duty officer. You can get off of here. We're not going to use tractor beam repulsors, I don't think. Maybe we will. I don't know. We'll see. We'll think about it. Okay. So this is TAC. No, this is Psi Intel, right? So this is Psi Intel, which was this Intel? This is Intel Pilot, right? Amos is Intel Pilot. Oh my god, I haven't blown my ship. It is Intel Pilot. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on a second. I might consider a different duty officer. Why do I have 28 and 47 up here? I don't know why I put them on here. Oh, it swapped them with reserve, but I didn't want to swap them with reserve. That's who I wanted. I wanted 30 of 47. Bro, what is happening? Are you that busted? I had 30 of 47. It brought back Dragomel for some reason. That was weird. Okay, so we have that for more exotic damage, healing with science abilities. I could do Tycoon's Rift. It's not really going to matter which one. I'm not really worried about the anomalies. If we have more grab wells to pull everything in, so be it. Not that big of a deal. Then we have evasive maneuver cooldown. What other two science things I typically... Nope. Fabrication engineer with hack and pilot would give us a free delta, which requires them to shoot us. What about? Well, we could just even add a free feedback pulse into this mix. I wonder if a Borg duty officer would trigger the immunity or not from the trait. Like if we had a science intel Borg duty officer. Ah, I didn't think about that. Trucking is kind of like RV, so you never know. I might be coming through a town near you. Yeah, let me know. Move the longest duration. No, we don't want to. We're not worried about that. Let me see what. Back in temporal. Not worried about that. Reduce reflector. And oh, stop. But we could put. I think I was just using. I'm almost 99% certain I just used. Yeah, projectile weapon officer. That's what I was doing for the crit. That's it for the crit chance and crit. Maybe not. I really only have a crit severity one. What the hell? We just throw whatever we want on here then, I guess. F2, 26 of 40. 20 of 47. Time for engineering. Remove a buff from foes. Oh, I really don't know. Let's just throw an extra feedback pulse on here. It's not really going to matter, and it's not really going to trigger all that much. We're only going to run one pilot ability anyway. Oh, we could wait. Do we run RSP? Do we have enough on here to run RSP? No, we don't. We run one engine. That's correct. That's correct. These need to be changed. Okay. So we got to do some tweaking with this just a little bit. That's supposed to be override. These are correct for intertwined matrices, which supposed to be emergency powered engines, and this is supposed to be fly her apart. This Icon's Rift. Faster to stabilize resonance beam. Wait a second. You're the wrong person. You're the right person. There we go. Okay. Now. I think it's supposed to be you. Tractor beam. We just really just need fast science cooldowns. Tractor beam's not that fast. I should get guess I should get what's it called? Targeting sensors, right? That's a pretty fast cooldown, I think. Like it's really fast. Run that with structural analysis, and I can get some science controllability. Nah. You know what? Let's just leave this as is. It'll be fine. It's fine. Right? Photonic officer, player part. This. We're not trying to heal off of anything more than just immunities. That's all we're gonna test. We want to see. Holy fuck! I gotta redo all this too. That's okay. We're gonna redo it all. Doesn't matter. If I can get this shit out of my inventory, because I'm gonna be so. I'm gonna keep. Which console did I say I was gonna keep? Space membrane. That in our inventory just to see if we can add even more reasons to not die, I guess. And that's the whole point of this, right? Is just to see if we can do good and not die. Ever. It's like my brain is not registering what I'm doing. All right. I like. Already got the Cabot trait, so we don't need it. And I still don't know how I ended up with the 31 and 47 sitting right here in my overflow bag. It's like I pulled a duty officer out of space somewhere, and I'm not really sure where it came from. But my roster's full, which is never full. Whatever. And let's get rid of all this crap out of my inventory, and then we'll go up into space and our traits and everything, and see if we can set up the most perfect immune boat ever. Or it might not work at all. And if it doesn't work at all, then right? Let's go find out. I feel like there's more stuff we can add to the immunity windows, but I just kind of want to see. I just want to see where we go from here, right? Because you have a couple of interesting ways to be immune to damage. And now with the Surrok trait, just going to add another way to be immune, right? So we're going to do this into Damash, strictly for the console. I guess I don't mind that everything's on that bar. But I do need to make sure I know where, like, my key consoles are. Because these two are going to be my clickies, right? Decentralized and time slip. So those are my clickies. Both of them can be destroyed. So we know that. They can be destroyed. What it is. Oh, how I think I want to move everything up. I like debuffs. Yeah, we're gonna put these on their own special little row. That. Oh, no, did we turn mines on here? Maybe we did. That. That. Yeah, I like that so far. Probably end up moving more shit. Redox abilities on here, right? Anti-time, that's fine. That's fine. We will set there for right now. Figure out where I'm gonna put there. Okay, CPB is gonna be used for a trigger. If I can get it off on something great. Celtic Tears already on there. The Stabilizing Resonance Beam is a staple. Tactics. What do we need? Alright, Fly Her Apart. Definitely going to be utilized for damage. Right. The first test go around is not really do damage. It's just to test immunities. See if we can find a comfortable window. Turbulence, override subsystem safeties, because this trait is triggered off of Intel. So, I do. And Science Fleet, not. That I have structural analysis, threatening stance, more hit points. Not. Icon's Rift. Oh, I almost have it like 100% the way I would. I have to go like this. It'll work. I gotta get this tracker beam on here. Fuck it. We're almost there. We're almost there. Maybe I should get rid of my photonic fleet. I did. Okay. Put all of our console clickies on our alt bar. Right. There we go. All that damaging abilities. I think we're golden. Should be. Back. Okay. Where else? So then I think I'm gonna make the immunities right here, just so I know that they're right where I need them to be, and I'm not gonna be trying to figure out what keybind they are. Okay, we're set. We should be set. Okay. Well, I lied. Now I gotta do traits. Okay, personal space traits. We'll throw on Abolish Fill. And context is for kings. Keeping light and on. Definitely particle manipulator. Control synergy, because I guess the windows where we're not immune, if you know, don't get this done right, put targeting on. They're unconventional. A lot of X's. That's just even more survivability. Do I have anything else though that I necessarily need? I could do fresh from R&R. Not a necessity right now. Aren't going to be getting shot. Okay. All right, we're almost there. Now, this is where... Where's the Surrok trait? What's that trait called? Need weaponized exotic particles. We need universal designs. Or infused. Logic of battle. Okay. I tried this out. I'm very interested to see how this. Yes, we will just put on there because we do have a couple torpedoes. I just want to improve photonic. There we go. There we go. Now this is where going to. Where's that? Where is that? What's that immunity trait? Personal trait called? Like you get 3 seconds of something right here. Trigger damage immunity. 3 seconds may occur once every 60 seconds. Again, I think that's going to be like your opening immunity, and then you would trigger off a science ability. Then you would trigger off your consoles after that. Basically, just kind of see where you get to, right? So now let's do crit chance, crit severity, and product damage, right? Where is lethality? Crit severity. Targeting. Okay. All right. There we go. Now we have it. Now we have a semblance of quite a few ways to be immune to damage. Oh. Power consoles, distances, and whatever. There we go. We're just gonna keep it like that. All right. Now we're gonna put this on elite. We're gonna go sit, figure out the timing of all this, right? I guess we can go back into rescue and search now. We've wasted enough time. So let's go back into rescue and search on elite. Let's go see how this looks and how this works. If this does what I hope it does, it's gonna be a little ridiculous. Because here's the other thing too. If you were to build this for PvP, I would actually take off override subsystem safeties and run, just to give you a little buffer of not being targeted. I would run evade target lock at that point, and it comes up quick as shit anyway. So I mean, like, that'd be the only difference. But I'm just kind of testing it. I guess we could just throw it on. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, let's just throw it on. It's fine. And go. But the thing is, I do want them to shoot at me, so we'll see. Okay, so basically, I think we're gonna wipe out this group because they don't really target me like off the bat, right? See, they don't even target, and like, so we're just gonna wipe them out, and then we'll really get to testing, like. You see that? Like, it already fired off the initial immunities, right? So get rid of all of you guys, and then when that group of Klingons comes through, that's when we're just going to sit there and really see what our immunity window's like, because this is on elite, so they're going to be able to do some damn good damage to me. There's the immunity trait again. So it is definitely on a consistent 30-second lockout. Now it's basically filling in the gaps. It's
We did it.
take
That's 2 of our...
take the reputation trait, be immune for 3 seconds. Once you start taking damage,
That rift
fire off a science ability.
hurry, or those
Once that
ships
5 seconds is down, fire off decentralized immunity. Once decentralized immunity is down, fire off time slip. Hopefully by that point, everything's kind of resetting because you're dropping your science abilities and platonic officer and everything else. The idea is just to be immune. Just be immune. Don't die.
Klingon vessels are walking
So
into your...
here we go. Immune. Ah, I just got placated. Okay, so now we're taking damage, right? So then you would just be like, oh, look at that. Now I'm immune for 5 seconds, right? So let them just do damage. Okay, I'm not immune anymore. Now I'm immune again. And we're just, like I said, we're just kind of seeing the gaps and everything. And of course, if like my timing was better and whatnot, like, okay. Oh, interesting. I cannot run time slip right here. Huh. Now I could if I wanted to after this. It would be up. Right? Wait. Why is this thing bugging out? It lights up and then it doesn't? Watch. Yeah, that... Odd. What's going on with the time slip? Is it bugged off of, what's it called? See? There it is. Now it's able to be used. So I pop that out. It would be immune. Ah!
Thank you for
I don't know how I feel about that. Might have to...
the blessing.
something else to put there. Funny thing is
Our systems are coming back.
this time slip will last a good minute until, like, or whatever. So you've got a barrier of immunities. And let's say, like, you put on other survivability traits, like, from the 10th anniversary or something, like plot armor or whatever, right? I don't think science can really die at this point. Like, I mean,
one less rift to
if
Let's
it was sub-nuked or something by another science officer, yeah, probably, maybe. But if you timed it and spaced everything out correctly, if you knew when you got sub-nuked, right? Like one of your immunity consoles or something, I really do think you could almost endlessly survive. I really do. I think we're at that point. So see, like there's number 1 immunity, which I really should have just waited, but it's fine. Do those not overlap? They don't. See, it is locking out. It is locking out something. Jesus Christ! Like, I was in viral matrix forever, and I just couldn't do anything on that one. That was great. It's not triggering the immunity windows correctly, because there is supposed to be an immunity lockout, especially with like pilot abilities and stuff, right? Which would be the other thing is like, so look, we're immune there, but now our consoles are up. Now they're down, so that should be the immunity lockout right there. Could be. Oh, okay. It's the worst. Okay, so there's the immunity lockout. It's back up. Alright, so we're gonna put this up here. We're gonna just hit this. And then, did we really just get Viral Matrix again? We did, bro. Mokai are the worst. The absolute worst. Okay, there's our immunity right there. So now we're immune again. I guess as this one goes down, I could just... Hopefully I could pop that, and that would put one timer out, right? Now we're immune from decentralized immunity. Now we're immune from that. Then that's a long ass window. Then I just fire that off. I'm immune again. Like, that is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous window of immunities, which, you know, you're gonna need for when shit like that happens. Okay, so you can have I'd say 80% uptime of just being like immune to damage. And if you time it right and you trigger everything off, it's like you're not gonna die unless like you're pulling a me right now and doing stupid shit. But like it's wild, it really is. And if you like utilize your controls and you start actually like doing shit, you know, like a science officer is supposed to do, you can damn near survive forever. Because like there's this immunity right here after being viral matrixed again, right? So like I'm immune, I'm fine, I'm happy as can be. Drop that, drop all that shit, start getting my life back. As long as that ship doesn't get destroyed, we're golden. That's crazy. So yeah, it's just more immunities, more ways of not having to die ever. You do have to, I mean, you really have to be on top of the timing of stuff, but I mean, like, it's not hard to be on top of the timing of everything, right? There we go, we're just immune again, and if I don't want them to target me, I mean, there we go. That's wild. In the already dead PvP, I can see this basically making it super, super unbalanced. And I think we will see those who do participate in it, they will definitely be finding ways to use this trait as another means of just survivability. The only thing that's going to take it away is a sub-nuke. There's nothing else. So, and then again, like I said, if you just time your other immunities in between, like what you're doing, you're gonna be just fine. But I don't think it's really worth running. I mean, you can do it in the Daemons, you can do it in whatever science intel. I think the crossfield is science intel, right? It's intel temporal. I'm pretty sure. So you can do it in like the crossfield or something like that. But as long as it's just got science and intel, it'd be golden. And really, with the 30-second lockout, you could actually just run this in the Arc Royal if you wanted to, because like
I think that was the last.
this part of it right here. This part of it right here is science or intel buffability, but it's on a 30-second cooldown, right? So it's on a 30-second cooldown. Honestly, you could just run any science. Fine. You don't have to run intel. The only reason that I figured that intel would be great to run with it is something for like evade target lock, right? Just to get to where your enemy doesn't see you at that point, untargetable for 3.8 seconds. You're just trying to find ways to fill that gap for immunities. That's the thinking behind running science intel in this scenario. Overall, it did exactly what I wanted it to do. The only thing is like the lockouts are kind of weird. They're a little funky, but you can definitely stack the immunities back to back. There seems to be like a weird overlap, and then sometimes you can't. So you just gotta have to kind of like time it and figure out what is what. But you can definitely go, which I probably should chop this up into a YouTube video and just put out there. But you definitely can run. Wait. Yeah, there we go. You can run destabilizing phase array for 60-second lockout. And you can run logic of battle, and they definitely work together because you let the enemy shoot you at first to start triggering this, and then when you start taking damage, you drop your grab will and whatever, right? So you've already got 8 seconds of immunity back to back, 8 seconds of that, and then you pop decentralized. That lasts for 10 seconds. Then you pop, or you can just pop time slip if you're in a Damosh, right? Either way, your total window of immunity within a 30-second window to be triggered again is about 28 seconds. There's about a 2-second area where you're not having a form of immunity, and the rest of these consoles rely on your control abilities to get down with unconventional. So a 2-second window of not being immune, which again, you just put other stuff in for survivability, you put traits in, you put ETL, you put whatever you want into your build to kind of just make up that gap. If you time it right, you're not going to die. You're just not going to die. In fact, we'll go into an elite TFO with this ship. Now, it's not going to be putting out the numbers that my Arc Royal does. I don't have debuff pets. I don't have temporal abilities, but we're just going to go in for survivability purposes throughout the whole TFO. We're going to see how it does in there. I'm just going to fly around, drop all the sciencey bullshit. I should draw enough aggro anyways to take damage. In fact, I'll run Threatening Stance as well, so I should draw enough aggro to take damage. And we'll just see how I fare in an elite TFO. And yeah, I mean, that's the idea, right? Like, what the one thing that's consistently going, at least here on PC, is you're going to get into elite TFOs, right? So, like, how do you budget yourself into getting into elite TFOs early? Grab a couple immunities, and that's it. You grab a couple immunities, a couple bridge officer abilities, and you should be okay. As long as you can survive an elite TFO and do enough damage to make the threshold, golden. You really are. In fact, I always say, like, the minimal DPS you need for an elite TFO, minimal is about 75k to 100k damage, right? Somewhere in there, you're not going to be a detriment to your team. Obviously, the idea is to do more damage, but again, like, achieving 75k DPS really isn't that hard. We should be easily pumping out, at least in the Damosh, like 150k or so. In fact, we'll find out. We'll pull that parser. We'll show it on stream. We'll see that we're holding our own and see if it's viable. Grab this somewhere. And I think once we really can see it action, you'll kind of get an idea of, like, is this going to be worth running, right? Like, is it going to be worth that window to show up? So, I mean, it's fine. It's the combat parser. But I run my combat log on here. There we go. And then go into up. Drop this one. That one. There we go. All right, we got our DPS parser right above me, so we'll go through and see. We should be able to pull at least 100k DPS in the Damosh. And again, this is not a meta build or anything else is just kind of just making sure we can go in with the immunities. And if we can do it, anybody can do it at that point, and you should be able to survive all day long. Make sure we put on threatening stance. See what we can do. Hopefully we get a space one. I do have it on all filter. It's fine. We get a ground one. We can just, run it. It doesn't matter. Not here nor there. I would prefer it to be space, but lazy. I don't want to change anything. Chaotic Herbalist. I appreciate that follow. Thank you. So, like I said, we are going to see if this works in Elite TFOs. It does. It'd be great. It'd be fantastic. I'm hoping so. That's the idea. And since you just joined us, Chaotic Herbalist, I don't know how long you've been around here for. We are testing to see how long we can be immune with the Surrok trait, with the Logic of Battle. We're running that. We're running Stabilizing Phase Array. Trying to close gaps with the immunities. On top of 2 immunity consoles on the Damosh. This is just to kind of see how long-ish we go for. We just did an Elite Patrol, and there's about a 2-second gap of you're just not going to die. It's really, really, really weird. I guess, like I said, the overall test is for those who would either choose to take this into Elite TFOs. I don't really find it to be a PvE trait, but I can tell you that if you did choose to do PvP, yeah, I think it's going to be broken as hell. Even more broken than what's already in PvP. Okay, so we're doing a ground mission. I should have changed it to space. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just do this. It's not a hard ground mission. They just don't pop up very frequently for me, so I just left it on all. Lesson learned. We'll change it to space. We will change it. But in the meantime, we'll go through and hit all of our clicky ground stuff. I think it's just a full Ryzen build, right? Ah, it's just a full one. Sounds like an old PvP build. It is an old PvP build. I originally started in PvP, so it's definitely based on an old PvP build. I'm just wanting to see if this can be viable. Let's say somebody wants to build a science character and then jump into Elite TFOs, but they don't have necessarily the survivability of set bonuses or personal space traits. They don't have really anything going for them. How can they get into one early on while not being a detriment to their team? The immunities, if you can stack them correctly, should help get them into Elite TFOs. And with all the sciencey shit that you could throw on, Typhon's Rift and all the control abilities and whatever, you should be able to pull at least, like I said, about 70k DPS. It shouldn't be too hard. Oh, you all are going that way. How many are going that way? I guess it doesn't matter. We just split it up. We'll just go with them. So yeah, it is based off the mindset of old PvP, because I even said to close a gap, you could run ETL. Well, you're not really going to need ETL in PvE content, but in PvP, you make yourself untargetable, right? So that just kind of closes a gap between immunities. Yeah. I'm not even helping at all. I kind of feel bad. I'm just kind of drifting over here, but it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. This is not a hard TFO at all. Especially since we're all just set up with a bunch of ground magic. I love face magic, obviously, but kind of lazy too. Not gonna lie. If I could just drop stuff and just brain dead it, I'm gonna be happy. A lot of time it's just because I enjoy talking to people and hanging out and chatting. So if I have to focus too much on something, I don't want to do it. I really don't. So if I can just drop all this, ground magic stuff and let it clear house, I'm gonna let it do it. And then Oh yay, crystal's done. Okay. But yeah, I mean, like it's already doing work over here. I didn't even have to do anything, but just this. MP, are you still here, bud? I don't know if you're around. I don't know if you still play STO or not. I feel like we're missing a crystal. Sure.
Under attack. Defend it.
We drop all this. Still run the old. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, I don't really care for ground PvE. I don't think really. I mean, like it has its niches. It has its moments where it's fun. But I just don't really care much for it. So I just kind of like did the most brain dead thing possible, which is, you know, grab the Ryzen kit and then the 4 kits that go with it, and just threw on a bunch of AoE stuff and just said that's good enough, you know, AoEs and kit reductions and kit performance, and you know, I mean, it's not really pumping out anything over here, I don't think. In fact, the combat parser just kind of like bugged. There it goes. Now it's moving. Yeah. It's just enough to like brain dead through whatever TFOs. Yeah, I have a visual bug. I think the Borg, it is. The Borg nanites are like sticking around, but they're definitely not up. Eee. Just basically, yeah. That's the one thing I love about STO, and I find it very hard to find. And I love MMOs in general, but I find it very hard that once you've gotten to playing like the space combat of STO, going to any other MMO is very hard, especially like on the ground and stuff. You're almost spoiled by the space combat on STO. You really are, because like I've probably played almost every MMO out there. I'm a bit of an old soul, but you know, that's besides the point. And the thing is, like, you know, going from like World of Warcraft or Ultima Online or, you know, any of these other games, right? And then you come back to STO and you're like, oh my god, the freedom of just flying a ship around is so much more. And I always come back to STO. I mean, like every game that I think I've ever played, I always come back to STO, and it's just because nothing currently beats the space combat. And I mean, I played like Rogue Squadron and stuff for, you know, Star Wars and whatever. Like it's interesting, it's fun. You know, play Starfield and whatnot, and it's like, again, it's interesting, it's fun, but it's not STO. STO space combat is just it's amazing. Oh, yeah, we're done. But yeah, so I tell anybody who really likes space combat, on top of if you just like Star Trek in general, you're not. I mean, there's a lot of Star Trek games, and unfortunately, and I'm not gonna knock Cryptic for this. I'm not gonna knock anybody for it. I get that developers need to be paid. I understand that. I put enough money into this game, but I just don't like that it is a not necessarily pay to win. It can be, but it's just there's so many microtransactions, right? And it's just kind of like the same thing with all Star Trek games. If you look at all the Star Trek mobile games, what just happened? Whoa, that was weird. I just froze up for a second. Anyways, what is going on here? I am crashing? Why am I crashing? What is eating up all my RAM? I don't know what happened there. I think yeah, that my DPS parser just like ate up so much RAM, and I don't know how or why. That was wild. Okay, I think we should be fine. I think we should be back. Yeah, that was wild. But yeah, so all Star Trek games, definitely have like microtransactions up the ass. It does not matter which Star Trek game you play. If you play it on mobile, or you play it on PC or console, they all do. And I don't know if there's ever going to be a better model. I wish they would go back to a subscription model, but I don't see that ever happening. I mean, I'd rather pay $15 a month and whatever, but I guess they see it as like they could drop a bundle for $100 and people are going to buy it. So, you know, why do something else? But I guess that's the only gripe, right? But like otherwise, like if you like Star Trek in general, you're gonna love this game because the stories are good. They're not like, you know, the world's greatest storytelling, but they're good, and they definitely like they're Star Trek. You know, you feel like you're in the Star Trek galaxy when you play this game. So if you like it and that's your jam, you'll have a good time on here. And this thing, you don't ever have to spend a dime on this game or whatever, right? You can do it completely free to play. I mean, I've done this account practically free to play because I had to. But it's mostly just like built up Zen and everything else. But like my Xbox account, we won't ever discuss openly how much I put onto that account. I don't know why I did, just because like I ended up coming back to PC. But that's not here nor there. But yeah, it's just wild. It's really wild. Like the one thing that Cryptic and Perfect World or whoever, you know, published and developed this game, they nailed was the no other game hands down that can match this. Even like EVE Online doesn't really match this. EVE Online's a different kind of space combat anyways. It's still pretty fun though, I will say that, but definitely different. Okay. We should just about done with this. Then we'll go do the little middle spire bullshit. And then after this, I'll change it to space combat only. The whole point is to, you know, make sure we can bring the Damush in and do some decent damage. I really don't know why my parser crashed there for a second. I must probably need to purge the log. I bet you that's what it is. I just ate up so much RAM all at once. I guarantee you that's what happened. Okay, let's go back to the middle. Then we'll wipe this part out and then pull up Damush. I already beamed here. Why are you beaming me back here again? I'm already there. I can't beam any further. Up here, I guess. Let me grab this. Redilate. We'll just chill up here by this, right? I wish they would revamp ground combat a little bit. I guess it's just maybe it's just because of the engine limitation, or I'm not really sure why, but I feel like the ground combat's very janky. It's not that it's janky, it's just it feels dated is what it is. Very dated. Then we'll just send our nanites out and you guys go do whatever. If anything beeps in right here, it's done. Okay. That's what I say. I just like mind numb this shit and let it die. Just let it die. I don't have to do anything. I will just sit here and be like, okay, here, press a button. And I guess it's good for the content that I'm doing, right? It's just like I don't have to think about it, just do it and be done with it. But I wish the ground combat was a little bit more involved, like the space combat. And get them! Yay! Got more Just don't even have to do nothing. Just let all the AoEs take care of it. Drop this. Wait for the next group to beam in. I kind of feel like another thing too is like maybe it's just comes with time, and I know it's not going to be for every player's experience, so I don't want to take that away from everybody. But as time goes on in the game, it does become less challenging because there's so much power creep in the game. There's so much power creep. I mean, when I tell you like 75 to 100k DPS should be like your entry level goal, we're talking builds that do like 1.5 million DPS to 2 million damage that can just go through and delete TFOs in like 30 seconds, and they absolutely exist. And it's one of those things where it's like, you've beaten the game, you've done it, what do you do now? You know, and it's like, I don't know if there's an answer for it. I don't know if there's a... I guess I need to unpurify. Oh my god. I don't know if there's an answer for that, if there's a way to fix it. And like I said, I know it's not for all players, because there are some people that just...
Looks like the Terrans have given up.
Okay.
For now.
I know that some people don't build, like, quote-unquote meta builds, so they just kind of... You know, they do the missions and the storylines, and they pick up stuff, and they slap it on their ship, and they have a good time, and that's completely fine. I don't knock anybody for flying what they want to fly, play how they want to play. By all means, do what you want to do. I just know that, like, for a good amount of players who do build their ships and get traits and set pieces and this and that and whatever, right? They get to a point where you're just treating elite content like it's normal content, and the challenge is non-existent. I don't know really an answer or fix for it. And we're on space, so we should be able to get into the space TFO, and then hopefully, you know what? Let me purge my combat log, because oh yeah. That combat log is full. Okay, I'm gonna purge that. Now we should be able to run it and see kind of damage that we're gonna be doing, and then didn't have any crashes. That was too much. It was too much. Now we should be able to see how well this build does, and how much threat we generate, and how long we're immune to damage for, and really viable. I think it's going to be niche overall, though. But I mean, you know, again, this is thinking process behind it. Let's see if somebody runs this as an entry-level elite TFO, right? They just get in, but I die too much. Well, now you don't die at all, so throw on some stuff. Throw on the most basic stuff you can get, right? You know, just throw on like a couple exotic consoles or whatever, really cheap, and go in with a science ship. You don't even have to run science intel. Science ship, and check your immunities and go to town. That's it. This is like the easiest, the easiest damn one. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. We'll probably not be able to see much of anything in here. I don't think. I think Fly Her Apart triggers communities. Pretty sure it does. I think it triggers decentralized community, right? No, destabilizing array. I'm pretty sure it triggers it. So, unfortunately, unless I get up here before everybody else, which I mean I can, I can get these to shoot at me. Come on, shoot at me. You're draining shields, but you're not doing damage. Okay. Screw it. drop this, drop that, drop that, drop that, drop that, drop. And as you can see, like I said, the damage is there. I'm actually pulling a whole 200k damage in the damage with no whatever. So like this is what I mean. It's like the million DPS threshold is definitely there. Drop Titans here. Let's drop that there. Let's just hit this. Yep, we're already immune. I don't think we're going to take a whole lot of damage. It's going to be hard for us to like peel any kind of damage from these guys. Just because like there's so much damage that they're putting out. I don't think we're going to be able to really do anything. But like there's decentralized immunity, right? So it's like even if we were to somehow take damage here, we wouldn't be taking much. You know, because that's an immunity for, what, 10 seconds? Yeah. Now we're back to being immune, which we didn't really need. Let's see. So that's Lockout, but are we... Nope, we're not immune from damage just yet. We will be in just a second. So this is where, like, you're closing that gap. For some reason ETL is on the world's longest cooldown, but then now there we go. Now we're immune again, right? So now we're immune. Get all of our stuff kind of back here. Yeah, we're 100% immune to damage. Come over here. Drop some more stuff. Yeah, we're just not gonna die. It's just not. Yeah, you can definitely survive. You can survive for a very long time. And then there's decentralized immunity again. Yeah, you're just not gonna die. It's wild. If you wanted to run this, you could. You could run it just to survive and maybe get rid of some survivability traits or whatever. I don't know. I don't see this being a thing in PvE, but definitely in PvP, this will be a thing. For the few people that do still PvP, I would be very careful about this console or this trait, and on top of all the other immunities that can be had now, it's definitely going to be a thing. There's no doubt in my mind. So for the 20 of you that PvP, myself included, we have a lot of immunities. And the only thing that's going to take away these immunities is a sub-nuke. So assuming... I don't know. Assuming that a well-timed sub-nuke. So see, like, we were right where we needed to be. This is us right here on the... Oh, wait. Why is it not showing up on the window capture? Just not. Weird. There we go. Now it's up. Okay. So we're at the 122k mark. And that remained consistent throughout the entire TFO. This is in a freaking Damash, right? So it's not even really meant for PvE purposes. There was like not the Arc Royal. There's half of my consoles or two of my consoles are set to straight immunities. So there's missing DPS from them. There's a lot that I've taken away, but was still able to hold like the bare minimal for a TFO, for an elite TFO. So if you're asking yourself, is this trait worth getting for PvE? If you don't have a means of like other survivability if you don't have like plot armor, or if you don't have, I don't know, any of these personal space traits, out of shell, or a whole lot of X. You don't have any of this stuff, right? But you want the 16th anniversary. I do think this could help put you in a spot to where like entry level elite TFOs could be a thing. And as long as you time your immunities, right? You time the stabilizing phase array with this logic of battle on top of, like, say you have a Damosh, or maybe you don't have a Damosh, maybe run other clicky consoles, whatever, right? You just find a means of like getting into them. I think it's doable, and it's not the end of the world if you run this trait. But I do, like I said, I do believe for PvP, science will scream. It will. It's not going anywhere anytime soon, and I don't think. I think this just adds to the death of PvP. On top of looking at new survivability traits with the Andorian and the Impreza and this and God, all the other stuff, right? That exists. Unless you're timing stuff with a science officer and you're doing it right. Honestly, you're just kind of screwed. You're kind of screwed if you don't play a science officer, or if you just don't time your stuff right. I guess. There we go. We nailed it. We know how it works. We know what the windows are, what the timing is on this. Like I said, it's about a 2 to 3 second gap between immunities, but otherwise, like if you can time it right, you do it right, you pop off your consoles, hit ETL, you use unconventional system, pull down your stuff, whether you're using Boimler, Borg duty officers, whatever way you want to cool down your abilities. If you line this all up right, I mean, you can definitely not die. And we did an elite patrol, we did elite TFO, into Damosh, easy. Not my bread and butter anymore. I mean, it will be if they maybe revamp PvP and it somehow comes back and gives people an incentive to play PvP. But I'm still going to fly around in the Ark Royal because it is by far my favorite science ship they've ever done, aside from the Vern. I get pets and I get debuff pets, and then I do a lot more damage, and then all my traits, I don't really need the immunity on here because I survive just fine with everything that is involved with this ship, so we don't need it. But tested it, I'm happy. I am going to grab a drink real quick. I will be right back, and maybe we'll do some stuff on my KDF recruit or what I need to do on them. But I'm glad that we did the Surrok trait. We tested that. Yesterday, we did test a torpedo. When I come back from the drink, we'll go back over that really quick. Because I've been thinking about that last night too. So we'll take a quick be right back. And yeah. Great, we're back. We're going to jump over to our KDF recruit. We went through a lot of stuff yesterday here on stream. Just a recap of a couple things that we went through yesterday. Go ahead and switch over to them. There we go. We tested the hell out of. Oh, we got mail. What did we sell? Hey, we sold a good duty officer for 75 mil. I love it. Okay. Anyways, that's fine. We tested this torpedo, which is the Klingon Executor's Photon Torpedo Launcher, and it is a wildly inconsistent torpedo. And I mean, it is all over the place. Just to give a idea of what goes on with this torpedo is this is based off of target's current hull. Way it's supposed to work is at full hull. It's supposed to do a massive amount of damage as the hull lowers. The torpedo's weapon damage lowers. However, that is not the case with this torpedo. In fact, your opening shot with this torpedo will do less damage than if you fire something else off and then you do damage with this torpedo. So it's a very weird thing. It's like it has to lose some life to do some damage. And we did consistently yesterday multiple times, and odd. And then there were instances where it was hitting just like a Maelstrom torpedo, which is why we also have the Maelstrom on here. And they were both doing like 6-digit hits, right? So it was just a weird torpedo. I don't know if it's going to stay on this build or not. Probably not once I get the reputation up and I get the rest of what's going on. I think I need any gravimetric torpedo. Yeah, right. I need a gravimetric and biomolecular. That's it. So once I grab the gravimetric and the biomolecular, because I already have the Delphic and dark matter, right? So once I get those two, these two will probably be replaced. Maelstrom's more or less just because it does spike huge damage, but it is a little wonky. And of course, we're missing our entire set bonus because KDF recruit, it's not done in its reputation, so it's running the revolutionary set, which does fuck all for torpedoes, right? Like it's if I was doing, I guess, exotic damage, sure, but that's about it. Hey, at least we get crit chance and a little bit of hole. Got it. So until I get the Mako 2-piece and probably Romulan deflector and I don't know, prevailing engines or something for speed, I don't see me. But we also took this into an elite TFO last night for the first time, and without a set bonus or anything, or missing stuff, we were able to pull some gnarly damage. Collect all these rewards. I think we should hit our Klingon Empire cap for today. Oh no, I don't remember what I turned in this morning. I might be close to it, so we're gonna plan a couple of these really. Because as a KDF recruit, you want Klingon Empire to 10, Marauding to 10. We're on the way to being done with all the KDF recruit stuff. So it's really just endeavors. Add this to get 20 more tack for any ship. We're gonna need to put something in here. Tack and science. Eldor would be good, and then we can add matter because there's. I mean, here, but we'll just do that. Okay, we're gonna do that. That's a 15-minute one. I'll put an hour one in here. I think I might be at the daily cap for Admiralty today, but I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention. Usually, the way my day starts is like I get up in the morning, get my breakfast, everything, take my dog out, and then like I will quickly jump on STO just to like reset timers and everything, and then I'm off for the whole day until the evening or whatever, right? So like this is my only time to really play, but like sometimes I'll collect admiralities and whatever. I don't even know if I did it for the day or what, or like if I hit the cap, and then like I'll wait until the second set runs through and I'll go, oh, okay, I hit the cap. It's too late. But at least I get like XP and stuff out of it, so it's not a total loss, but it does kind of bite because like the next day I might need ships and they're all in maintenance, you know? So it's like, oh, well, shit. So definitely. Not really. We're at 8.5. We're almost to 10. The other things, but yeah. What's up, Troy? How are you, bud? Good to see you, man. You know, I should do this. I should put the chat box on screen. I know sometimes some of y'all are on YouTube, some of y'all are on Twitch, and it feels like that sometimes I talk to somebody and they're like, "Who are you talking to?" And it's because I don't have a chat box. Let me add a chat box over here. So, and then you all can interact with each other too across different platforms. So that'd be good. Where are we gonna put it at? Let's put it like right above me. There it is. Not like right on. That should be fine. If that's too distracting, let me know on stream. Right. But they should disappear fast enough to the point where it's like not flooding the screen. But if it is, then we'll get rid of it. I'll resize it. I'm just saying, like, it would be good if people. Troy, you missed it earlier, man. We were testing. Suurok trait. 16th, right? You're testing this trait right here, Logic of Battle. And we put it on the Damash. We ran it with Time Slip Console, Decentralized Immunity, and Destabilized Phase Array from Reputation, right? So we ran 4 total immunities on there. And it's gonna be dumb. That's all I can say. It's just gonna be dumb. It's gonna be dumb for, like I said, the few people that still partake in PvP. Unless you have a good time sub nuke with you, you're good luck. That's all I can say. Good luck, because it's just there's more immunities in the game. And let's just say you do fly it in a science pilot ship that has pilot maneuvers, I guess, or something to that effect, right? You fly it. But you did it in a. You did it here in the Eagle or the Andorian ship, right? That's a pilot ship, right? So you fly it with pilot maneuvers, and then you get immunities from rock and roll and everything else, right? So like you stack more immunities on there, and you only just trigger off science abilities to trigger the immunity every 30 seconds. So say you just run like a science team and a sensor or jam targeting sensors, right? You just run a lieutenant science slot, and then you put on immunity console here and there. Guess what? Now your escorts and stuff are going to be immune, and that's going to be fun. And then it's going to take a well-timed sub nuke and look. It's like this trait is completely busted for PvP. I think. I think this might. Well, PvP has been dead all around for a long time. But I think this is definitely just hammering that nail in the coffin even more. So you're gonna retrain? What are you gonna retrain to? Right. What was I doing? You know what? I'm just gonna run these ones. I'm not gonna fill up the other three because I got ships and maintenance, and just in case, I want to make sure I have enough for tomorrow. Let's grab our marauding stuff because again, we're trying to get to 4 on Marauder. But just trying to focus mostly on marauding and admiralities for with recruit because we are. Oh wait, we do have a specialization. It's gonna be at 41 on here. Right? What am I doing? Done with command? I think we're done. Strategist. So we just need 4 more points, and then this one's knocked out. We're done with that. And then we've already done 2,500 melee, 2,500 ambush. We are just now racking up endeavors. We're done with all that. We're got a little bit to go on this one. For swarm queue. Then yeah, kind of we're right where we need to be with the group. That's good because there's an event coming up next week. I think everybody knows it's going to be first contact. If in case it's not, definitely. I'm pretty sure it's just going to be first contact event. I don't know what the reward is going to be this year. I think they're hinting at a sovereign of some sort. I'm not really sure what they're going to do with the sovereign, but it seems like that's what's going to happen. And that would be exciting if we got a event ship sovereign, like double T6 or something, right? Like, I mean, we have 3 T6 sovereigns in the game right now, including the legendary, or is it 2? Maybe it's 2. I don't know, 2 or 3 of them. But either way, like, if we get another one, cool, why not? I love the Sovereign. It's a beautiful ship. I think anybody dislikes the Sovereign as far as enterprises are concerned. And if you do, you know, you're allowed to. You're allowed to have your own opinion. Even if it's a wrong opinion, you're allowed to have it. Alright, so what do I want to do, I guess? You know what, let's do some marauding runs real quick. I haven't figured out build came to mind, and my skill tree doesn't align with it, but I'm going for a radiation build. Really? Like, are you talking about radiation like science radiation, or radiation like rocking off of tactical beams and well, I guess that's really all you could do. I guess you could do chemosite radiation, you could do beam procs with radiation, you could couple consoles with radiation, but I don't know how well that would go. So are you talking about science radiation damage? Because I mean, that's all too easy. Oh, let me know what your thoughts are on it. I'm kind of curious where you're leaning into this. I always do. I think what a lot of TAC officers have been attempting here lately, especially with the new proton weapons and stuff, right? Like building proton into their beam damage build. So I mean, like, always do something like that. Bring back proton. I wish they would actually have like full on like proton, you know, vulnerability exploiter consoles and stuff. Like, I would like to build a proton build that procs off of like all the Dyson proton shit and everything. It would just be fun because it's all shield penetration damage. That's all it is. It's like it would be neat to do that, but I don't know how viable that would be. Cool. Right, marauding. I'm like a freaking squirrel, man. I can't or like a dog, man, like looking for a squirrel. Can't focus. Alright, nothing on this. So we're just gonna let's go flying towards wait, oh yeah, let's go flying towards Ajor and everything so we can see. Any what's it called here? Marauding missions. Good lord. It's been a day. It's been a long day. It's been a good day. It was a good day overall. Hey, Jor, anything? No? Okay. See when we get closer. Now we'll go to Cardassia sector. There's some pretty decent routing missions that pop up here. Then we'll jump over to Beta Quadrant and hit Ryza route and grab some more marauding. TFO Orion. No, I think I did Orion Slavers yesterday, so it should be down today. Maybe. I don't know. Did I do it yesterday? Projectiles are on their way. I actually really do like my KDF tier a lot over here. That'd be nice. I love my Protonic Polaron. Yes, that's what I mean. Like, it'd be so good. Ah, man, see, that's what I'm saying. I think if they want to release a new weapon set, or, I mean, not a new weapon set, but a new way to play the game, they should do. Oh, there's nothing here for marauding either. Dude, all the sectors suck today. Let's kind of make our way up to this system, see if something pops up in between here. If they were going to do something like, as far as like add a new weapon type into the game, don't even add a new weapon type. Update the weapon type for the Proton stuff and like put Protonic vulnerability consoles in or Protonic colony consoles. Like, and make Proton weapons like a buffed up thing. We may never see phasers again. We may never see disruptors again. We may never see plasma weapons again. We may never even see torp notes again. Everybody will just run Protonic weapons again. Because it's all shield pin damage. That's all it is. and if you had, oh my god, if you had like a decent ass boat for like Protonic Polaron weapons, and you just went through with like stacked crit severity and everything. I guess you could kind of do it with the isomagnetic consoles. Because you could do like beam damage, right? And you could beef them up. So you can kind of do it, but you're gonna miss the Cat 2 damage from the vulnerability consoles. But either way, it would just be funny. Oh look, we get a okay, look, we finally found some marauding ones. Oh, we have a 470. What is it missing? A research lab scientist that's probably on an R&D assignment. That's exactly what they are. They are on an R&D assignment. Son of a bitch. And I have the civilian. Bro, do I burn the dilithium? How much dilithium do I have on here? I just spent like 8,000 refining it. I don't know if I do that. I mean, I do. I do know if I do. Okay, screw it. Whatever. It's not like I can't get more dilithium, right? I just want to get the marauding aspect done. Okay, so let's send. I mean, we can send either one of these out. Yeah, 1% chance of failure, which is probably not going to happen. But, you know, if that 1% hits me, I would be pissed. I really do. I hate wasting dilithium. But it's not really a waste if I have a goal, right? Like, I want my marauding to get done. That was 476 XP. I have duty officer accommodation pool. Do I? Station, fleet. Oh my gosh, do I not? It's accommodation, right? Yeah. Okay. Never mind. So yeah, I will definitely get that. Okay. Boo. That sucks. That's fine. If I need dilithium, I'll move it. I actually will need it at some point, but not right now. I'm gonna need it for colony stuff, but don't need it right this moment. Sometimes I get something up here in the Nicole system, but not usually. We'll just go check since we're here, and then we'll transport to Ryza sector, and hopefully get a few more marauding missions. That's you know, like I said, my main focus is to finish finish this KDF recruit, so everything's unlocked and done. Never have to do it again over here on PC. Y'all knew the stupid shit. I might just have to boot up Xbox just so I'm not talking out my ass, and like Troy knows this, but like all the shit I have on Xbox is wild, and like I don't know why I did it in the first place. If I, like I said, I came back to PC, right? But I did I got 103 campaign XP, so I just hit the cap. I knew I was close to it. I wasn't sure, but like I said, I don't know why I have so much box, and I'm doing it all over again on PC because, well, the community is more active on PC. That's the real reason why. You can delete TFOs, which don't seem to ever pop on Xbox. You can get into really any content. Fleets are active. Everything is more active on PC on any of the console platforms. I think PlayStation's even more dead than Xbox. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty certain that's the case. But yeah, so that was, I guess, the ultimate decision. Come back to STL, but come back to a platform where I enjoyed it. And I really, really need to like do my space stuff over here because it's so jacked. Like I have my bridge officers showing over here, which they don't need to be, but they are. Because usually I set up my taskbars, but I think I just kind of rushed on here, or I don't know for real reason. I'm making up excuses. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I said. Like I miss the community that Xbox used to have. It, unfortunately, I think a number of factors have come into play on Xbox. One, it's not a popular console to have at all. I mean, I've had an Xbox forever, and that's just because I love Xbox, and I mainly got it for Halo back in the day. But I've had my share of PlayStations as well, so it's not, for me, it's not really a console thing. And at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you like it is. I love PC because I like freedom. That's just what it is. I like freedom. I like convenience of my computer. I like being able to run parsers. I like being able to modify stuff. I just like my computer overall. So if it came down to console wars, I'm always going to take PC. But again, I still have a big love for the Xbox or even the PlayStation. You know, it's a game on what you want to game on. But the thing is, the community on Xbox has died. It's on a slow deathbed. It's really bad when I would consider during primetime hours, which is on the West Coast, like from 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. time, and the East Coast is usually like 7 p.m. till about 11 p.m. time. When I find that on prime time I can go to Earth Space Dock and there's only 2 and only one of them is full, that's an issue. Whereas on PC, you can go there day or night, and there's 5 to 6, 7 full instances at minimal. And there was a time where Xbox was like that, but it's not like that no more. It's done, and I hate that because of how much time and friendships and whatnot built on that platform. It's hardly existent anymore. And I think the very few people that are holding on to a thread of hope on those platforms are probably just logging in because of the love of the game or whatever, but like they're not getting the same benefits as I do. I can guarantee you that. I can jump in any group anytime, do whatever content I want, day or night, and unfortunately you're kind of left to the RNG gods on console where it's like, is this queue gonna pop? Or is there somebody gonna be in PvP? Hell, yesterday here on stream, we went into crap, blew up 3 random people that I've never ever come across, whatever, on PC in a tier 3 Klingon ship That's a torp bow, mind you. But that's not here or there. I'm just saying. And I can go in Karat on console and sit there out of cloak above Crack Planet, never get attacked for a good amount of time. It's wild how different it is and how many players prefer PC over console. Like, I mean, I get it. I am the same way. I get it. I'm just saying it's just wild. Like, I think it's an experiment that seems to not be in the favor of console players at all. It was a good experiment, not in their favor. And I highly encourage that if you can, at any point in time, hopefully they find a way to merge all the platforms and let you like play your account anywhere. Because then at that point, if you can ever get your hands on a PC, get a laptop, whatever, this game can run on a potato. Get your hands on one. It'd be great to take your console account and play it on PC or something, so then you don't lose any of your progress whatsoever, and then you'd be part of a community, you know. So that'd be great, but I don't know if they're ever going to do that. I don't know if they have the resources to do it. Only time will tell. And in the meantime, it is what it is. I have both platforms. I definitely jump on both, but I'm 95% of the time now on PC. About a 5% window, I'll jump on console, and it's mainly because somebody's like, hey, come test this and see what this is. Okay, cool. I'll do that. But otherwise, we ain't getting marauding for shit tonight. I mean, I need to go up. I need to go up is what I need to do. But like even in like the KDF sectors where like the Orions stuff can pop up on here, they're just not in sector at all. I'm gonna go over to Chronos system just to see if the Orion Syndicate pops up. I'm gonna go inside the system real quick. If they don't, then we'll go up north. But otherwise, like marauding is just not happening. It's fine. We're doing really well on this KDF team, so not too worried about it. I think we're going to start really focusing on more elite TFOs because we know we can do them, no problem. And we're going to start focusing more elite TFOs on here so I can just start getting materials and marks and everything else. So when the day comes that I do hit tier 5 and everything, hey, there we go, we got some marauding. No, what the hell happened there? Wait. Back up. Where did all that marauding just go? We're going in reverse. It was like right in between sector lines. It literally popped up and then it just went away. Here it is. It's right here on the edge of... that's so weird. It's only 50 marauding, but it all this stacks up. It's whatever. It's whatever. Give me marauding so I can do it. Try and get 20 assignments rolling. Yeah, it's like right on the edge of this and Kronos, right? So it's just weird. Over here, we'll check this. We'll go up north, and then we'll run a couple elite TFOs. Where are we at? Oh, got a little bit of time tonight. We'll run a couple of those and go from there. I actually got my melee build rolling on here. I'm very, very pleased with it. This thing, the only thing I want more than not on this character is an ambush duty officer that I don't know how invested I want to get on it. I really don't. It's for ground. And it's literally going to be reserved right here. It's the ambush officer that basically resets ambush when you use it. I do have the EC for it, but I don't know if I want to go spend a ridiculous amount of EC on a ground duty officer. I might just because I don't care and I have like EC spread all throughout this account. I just don't know if I really want to buy. It would make my melee build that much more complete because like I'm running everything else like centered around it, right? Like this is all set weapon proficiency, rising kit, right? For just this is all good to go. Then I got ambush kit. I've got freaking motion accelerator. I've got rally cry. Like this thing, I tell you this when I tell you this shit slaps. It slaps. It slaps like hard as hell in there, and especially with like my ground traits and everything, right? Like, yeah, all of this is just literally meant to like, yeah, it's so good, and I want to build this character so I have a built KDF and a built Fed. I just wish it was a Romulan alien, not a F recruit alien. But it's fine. It's fine. It's only just like a niche thing, and it's not like I can't really fix that, you know, because like I can get Romulan bridge officers or Massacans for the pirate or the Watchers that I have, right, for crit chance, crit severity, and that's fine. I just would rather it have been alien. Have to be okay. Oh, I already checked here. What am I doing? There was no marauding mission, right? See, that's what I say. I'm like a dog, and I get like scrolled all of a sudden. There's no marauding here. Okay, all right. Hey, you know what? I did. Let's go evaluate that price. That's what I wanted to do. I knew I was coming over here. I'll show you the duty officer I want. Because if I get the duty officer I want, and technically I could run 3 of these duty officers, but I don't think I'm going to. I just really want one. And even though it's like, I think it's like 15% chance. Not a huge, not a huge chance. But if I can reset with ambush the exploit damage and just trigger it a lot, yeah, I would be just tearing people up. And whatever. I mean, I already do. I went through Elite TFO and just smacked the shit out of everything. Like I was second in DPS on the ground on that one. The guy above me, he was a space wizard on the ground. Yeah, he was doing good damage. All right, so let's see. I want the assault squad officer. I'll show you the one I want. And technically you want, but they're freaking expensive. And I don't even think. Oh, yeah, there it is, right here. There's now it's at 120 million. There was one earlier, like yesterday or something, for like 85 million. Somebody snagged it. I could buy the packs and try and pop this out, but right here it says when you use an ambush, a small chance that a short duration ambush effect will be automatically reapplied when outgoing damage, cause the ambush effect to end. Reapplication can happen once per ambush use, and the reapplied ambush is shorter duration than a standard ambush, right? So like you can get it to trigger multiple times, and I think you can stack 3 of these. So if it's 20% chance, like each time you apply ambush, it's basically 60%, but not really. It's 20% per activation, but you have like 60. Anyways, maths, I promise. But that would be the duty officer I would want. I'm not gonna pay 120 million for it now. I don't even have 120 million on this. Pay for it, and I guess Fed one, and somebody just bought it. Yeah. See, somebody knew that was the Fed one, and somebody literally bought it as I was just talking about. That's wild. I watched it disappear. That was cheap too for a Fed. I would have bought it and then relisted it. I would have traded it over to my Fed, and then I'm not running a melee build on it. Yeah. If you could find it using, if you're using a melee build, especially if you're doing your KDF one. It's a good. I think I'm trying to think which pack this comes out of. I don't think it's Crenum, is it? It might be Crenum. Let me see which pack it comes out of. I don't know off the top of my head. Oh, but so let's see. Let's see which one this comes out of. We need might be. We'll see if we can buy the packs, and then if the packs are reasonable. I think it is Crenum. Yeah, it's Crenum. It sure is. Or you can get them from the Zindium amphibious lock boxes. They're random drops from there. So let's see how much a Crenum box goes for, and then we'll kind of evaluate. But I don't think it's. So I knew they came from Crenum. I just 9 million a pack, and so that with my current EC, that would only be packs because it goes up in price. So 9 packs. I don't know if I could justify that. I could buy 6 packs at 8 million. I can do that. Let's just do that. Let's see what the chances of us getting it are. And I think I'm at 100 cap. Oh no, I'm not. Okay, I don't even have my duty officers full. All right, so let's just see. Let's see what we can get. If not, we'll just sell stuff. Increase exotic damage when using emergency powered auxiliary. Okay. Assault squad chance for boarding party shall be armed. Okay. Address and debuff to PvP vector pulse. Okay. Tachyon beam pulls closer. No. Assault or armory officer. And our last one is another resistant feedback. So we didn't even get it. And that's the thing, is like I would have to hope RNG's in my favor and keep grabbing these. And there are some decent ones that I could just turn around and resell. That's actually what I've done before, is just resell some of these, but these ones aren't all that decent. So yeah, there we go. That was where we're at with that. Yeah, that kind of blows. I got 2 resistant debuffs on feedback pulse, which nobody uses feedback pulse anymore. Well, but nobody really uses it. Let's just okay. Second system offline when you use substance targeting tags. Boarding. 5% bonus damage. At least they're R&D specialists, so I mean I do that. That just gave me a buttload more for projects, right? So like, and but yeah, we'll go off and oh no, I don't have another one. I only got 1 R&D. Damn it. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. We're not gonna open these because we're already overflowed on these. Need to just sell off prisoners, get rid of them, something. That's the thing. I keep them for the Orion Slaver marauding assignment, but it comes up every 2 days, and you get rid of 5 of them, and I swear I get more prisoners just from like admiralities or something. Like I always get them, and it's like I can never just I can never. Really bites. I really, really want that. I want that duty officer. Not gonna pay. Guess what? I guess I could do a double chance to expose it. Really nothing that I have that's gonna fill that void. I don't tell you what, we'll use Rahona for right now. Just because Wait, do I already have? Oh no, because I already have security officers. Yeah, increase melee crit severity and crit chance. I don't know if I really need this. You know what? Do that, and then let's. I don't. I mean, security experts are great and all, but not for what I'm building right now. Um. Guess until I get what I want. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, let's go do ground or space. Let's do all. We can do it all. Do it all. Let's do it all. We can hold our own in elites. Either way, does not matter. We're set on ground and space, and we will go and beat the crap out of ground TFOs if we have to, but preferably not. Then we'll just go blow up everything with a torp boat. And we're still gonna keep using this torpedo until I change them out because it's still an interesting torpedo. It really is an interesting torpedo. It's just a wonky torpedo that. But we will use it. Our Bozeman's on here. I like them. Weird on the equal. I think it's ground, right? I don't think I beamed up. Yeah, I didn't beam up. Oh. Ah, this is gonna bite because I get spiders on me. Gonna fill the objective. I mean, the not the objective, but the optional. I don't care. And we win. Okay, we're gambled and we won. And I'll just put one in my inventory. Watch as things just get freaking destroyed in melee combat on here. In fact, I'll put both of them on auto attack and just let it swing away. This melee build is a lot of fun. We want to go this way? Go this way. All right. I killed it as it was like.
I need to speak with you in damage control.
As it jumped on me, I like one-shotted it as it jumped on me. That was wild. It definitely messed up the optional, but I can't do anything about it. I'm a melee character on here, so I'm gonna have spider jump on me. You're going that way. I'll go. You went that way. I'll go this way. I guess it really doesn't matter because they're just gonna tear all this up. I'll come over here. I'll rescue this guy. 6. There we go. And whee! One shot. One shot. This thing slaps, bro. It slaps. I love it. They're all dead. And it's on elite. It's just stupid. Ow. Look how fast we go. We're like a crackhead too. Whee! I do. I love the melee build on this. Okay. Here we go. Here. Dead. All right. What are we missing? Wait, did I see. I set them free, right? Yeah. Which hallway did you guys not cover? I already set this one free. I think y'all got the other one.
I need to speak with you in damage control.
Okay. Yeah, this one was way too easy. I think everybody in this group is just way set up. So if I can make it to this guy in time, watch this shit. If I can get over here, watch what happens to him. Oh wait, no, wrong person. Targeted the wrong person. Yeah, he's dead. He's way dead before I can even swing at him. But I one shot at the other guy. Like, melee's good. It's good if you set it up right. It's really good. It's a one shot everything on elite for the most part. And bosses, you can just drop it like freaking 3 swings, because you're doing like 1,500 damage a swing if you're buffed up and you're especially with ambush, right? 400% bonus all damage. And then like your melee traits and everything else, you're just going through, and then of course you run motion accelerator, that's more bonus melee damage, and then run what's the other one? Rally cry, but that's more or less for the crit chance, crit severity, right? So you're walking up to stuff and you're just tink, dead, and it's so simple. Okay, so that was a very easy. Probably shouldn't. All right, let's just stockpile more marks. So what do we want? We want Delta. Okay, and then grab isomagnetics because we'll craft consoles and either use them or sell them. Another good way to make money. Especially if you get like phaser consoles, or I guess you could also do the science consoles and roll EVP consoles and sell those too, because they sell. Either way, you can make your money off of elite TFOs. I'd like to do a space one. That was way too easy. Like I said, I do love my ground game setup. It's on point. I don't even have. I mean, like, I have a lot of good traits. Everything trait-wise is set up, but I don't... Wait, what am I missing here? Whoa. What the hell happened here? And why do I have flight speed and turn rate on my torpedo? What the... Hold on. You should have Omega Kinetic Shearing, but I don't think that's correct. I think maybe it is. Like I'm missing something. That was weird. Okay, whatever. I got all my other torpedo traits. But anyways, I don't have any active traits, so we'll eventually get those. You see, like, my timer is 9 hours from now, so the... when all these are up. So like I said, when I get up in the morning, I just quickly slot all these, right? So it just runs throughout the whole day. And I'll hit whatever admiralities that I can, just so they run throughout the whole day. And I'll hit whatever marauding I can in the immediate vicinity, run throughout the whole day. And then I go to work. So that's like why like none of this shit gets done until, I why I choose the evenings to kind of run and test things and stuff like that, because like this stuff is generally mandatory, right? Like I don't have to break down anything. So I don't on stream. But doing TFOs and once in a very rare occasion will we ever touch PvP. If there's anybody out there to PvP, which I do seem to find on PC. I could be wrong, but I find a lot of feds and crap. A lot of feds. Like I don't see too many KDF. Maybe it's just because of the time I play. Maybe that's a factor. I'm not sure. But we're gonna blow this fucking cube up. I really, really need to adjust all this shit. I need to adjust it so it's on my taskbar. So I'm not over here like dumbly clicking this stuff. But it's fine. It's fine. It's not. I'll do it after this. But oh yeah, we're gonna blow up this. I'm gonna blow up all of it. Yeah, I'm gonna blow it all up. I'm gonna do it all. We'll analyze combat parser after. We'll see where I at. But it's all dead. I guarantee you, it's all dead. All dead. It's all gonna die. so much torpedo damage out there. I do need my shit to come back. See, that's why I need to redo up here. Because, like, I don't have Sonic Officer and stuff up here like I should. Need it. Or my grab wheels so I can, like, bunch everything up. And I don't. I can use my control abilities. I'm just wildly unprepared sometimes. Whee! Grab all this shit. Oh, I need my Nicole Warfare Specialist to kick in. There we go. I was gonna say I needed some heals. Keep firing off torpedoes for days. So that's my like two loves in this game. I love torp boats and I love science. Like science is my main, but I can do torpedoes all day long too. It's really weird because like Star Trek over the course of history and every movie, television show has always been like fire phasers and whatever, right? And like, yeah, of course they throw in torpedoes. But for the most part, it's always been that. And I'm not a big beam person. I'm not. What is going on? Oh, I have the wrong thing targeted. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. I am gonna die. Yeah, I have the wrong thing targeted. Bro, sometimes I don't even... Oh, I actually lived. Wait, what? Oh, the Nicole dude saved me. Yeah! Saved my ass. Okay, let's go over here and actually, like, Star Trek a little bit. In fact, let's go kill all of this. Hey, thanks for the follow, Zero. I appreciate it. We're gonna go kill all this crap. Blow it all up. Ready. Boom. I love it. I love torpedoes. And then we die. We die in the process because we took too much damage. It's okay. It's okay. Get back into the fight. all this stuff grouped up and keep firing off spreads. Holy God. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna die again. I have taken too much aggro in this freaking eagle that's like a literal glass cannon. It's 100% a glass cannon. It can pump out damage. It can't take shit for damage. Sacrifices have to be made though, so we can get numbers like that. Okay. I just need to be better at piloting, to be fair. That's the problem. And I need to reset this taskbar up. Oh no, I'm gonna get pulled out of cloak. Ah, Dr. Beam! I wonder, just for the hell of it, we're just gonna line this up. I think I missed. I think I overshot. I did. I overshot. Damn it. I was trying to light it up to hit the gateway. I was just, like, curious if I could just do any kind of damage to it. Oh! Damage is gonna be nasty. Yep, there it is. Whee! We almost fried the freaking gateway. There we go. That should be it. There we go. All right, gateway's done. I'm over here. Rid of the cube. Marked it first. It's fine. It's fine. Ew, 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 ew. No. Don't die again. Oh my God, you're gonna die again. I have got to stop. I have got to. I'm like ADD. I literally just spam like W the whole time because I'm just like so used to pilot maneuvers and like just I gotta slow down. I burned them when I don't need to burn them. That's the problem. Like that, right there. I did the same thing. It's just I don't know. Not too much fun. That's what it is. Fire off some Delphix and all that good stuff. Yay! Resistances, strip. Almost got one of our quickies up. First souls. Okay, this is where it's gonna get some damage in. Right here. Yay! Okay, then we'll check the purser after this. Oh, that should be the Admiralty, right? I think it is. Yay.
Census confirmed.
Okay. See what we did with that one. I didn't run the live parser this time just because, like, so for there is infected space, 221k DPS. That's pretty damn good. That's us right there, Missy. So we did pretty decent. Mind you, this is no set bonus on here. This is literally just a mid-range torque boat, and we held just fine. 221k DPS, so we're getting there. Once I get my Mako 2-piece and I get Romulan deflector and I get prevailing engines and Lorca's console and yeah, we pumping out like 500 plus k DPS easily, and then we get the rest of our reputation, endeavors, all that good stuff. So this thing will be so much fun. So much more fun. It's already fun. It's gonna be that much fun. Just delete everything. We'll look at it and delete it. Holy crap, we got Maraudi. Oh, 17% chance for failure. Do we have anything a better diplomat? No, we only have one diplomat. Really? Hey, whatever. It's fine. We'll risk it for the biscuit. Just need to get marauding, right? Yes, more prisoners. Use prisoners. Should just like eat up my prisoners so I can get rid of these. Fine. We didn't have any marauding earlier, so yeah, it must have been a. Oh, there was a sector update while we were off doing stuff. That's good. Then we have another one in 36 minutes. So, who do we want here? Undine? Let's do Undine. Got more isomagnetics because why not? I didn't damage the ship at all, did I? I died, but okay, no damage. That's good. All right. Let's go and do another one. Let's just keep it rolling. Like I said, I do love my KDF. I really do. This KDF tune came together very, very well. And I still love my Fed science officer by a mile, but there's something special about like when you have a character rolling the way you want it to roll and everything's coming together and you're just like, this is what I needed to do. It feels good. It feels really good. Like I said, I could fly a torp boat all day long. I could fly a science ship all day long. The only thing that I struggle with is beam boats of any kind. It's not that I can't fly them; it's that I don't care to fly them. In fact, my Romulan alien tack on here is in a beam boat. It's just I don't find as much joy with them as I do just watching things explode and then watching space magic. That's just me. That's a personal preference. Everybody likes what they like, you know. So. And that poor tack officer has been kind of just sitting on the back burner. Like they're not even being built right now. And mainly because they need like expertise, so I can patience, but like I don't run any missions or anything. I spent so much time focused on finishing this KDF recruit and then building up my science officer. So it's not like I really have had a whole lot of time to dedicate towards the character. I've been on for 2 years now, and I feel like I'm still lost and don't know what I'm doing. Well, I have a background on this game for about 14 years. I have taken quite a few breaks, and I always come back. And I am willing to share any kind of knowledge I can share. And if I don't know something, I will tell you straight up. I won't pretend like I know what it is and give you any kind of false misdirection. So if there's anything I can answer for you, I will gladly answer it. And if you're looking at what does what, how it's categorized, what you benefit from, what has been tested, and we do a lot of tests here. That's one of the things I want to keep consistent here with streaming is testing weapons, traits, testing builds, you know, whatever we can test, we will then test it into the ground. And so if I can help you in any way whatsoever, I will gladly help you. I feel like my mentality is the STO community benefits as a whole if everybody works together, whether it's through information, build knowledge, putting together, because you can't complete any kind of TFO or something with I guess not working together, right? Because like you're only as good as your whole team is. You can at higher ends go through in solo practically solo elite TFOs. There are a few that you can do. But for the most part, it's very team reliant. So if you're not helping other people on this game, whether if it's just like, hey, you should probably look at this trait or look at this or, this duty officer or whatever, right? Like, if you're not helping them, you're only hurting yourself. Is what it essentially comes down to. Now, there is an exception to that rule, and I understand the exception to the rule because I'm very, very close to the chest on this rule, and that is usually when it comes to PvP, because people like their PvP builds the way they like their PvP builds, and I 100% get it, and I agree, because I did the same thing for years and years and years and years. But, that being said, we need to get the hell out of Dodge, because we are going to die from all of that threat we just put out there, and we're going to watch shit just kind of get hurt. Okay, anyways, otherwise, PvP is kind of dead anyway, so it doesn't matter. But as far as, like, doing TFOs and stuff, you definitely, if we drawn so much aggro on that one because, like, we fired off everything just massive right at the beginning. We took so much damage. Honestly, I appreciate it. Like, you have no idea. Honestly, I think I've done a TFO. Sucks that I run into streams that stream when I'm not able to be on. I'll keep an eye out for when you are. Yeah, absolutely. We're working on a schedule. I will be honest with you. I play on Eastern Standard Time. So right now it's 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am working on a more consistent schedule. I've been back to streaming for about a total of 2 months and maybe like 7 streams. So it's a work in progress. We will get something very soon with a actual dedicated schedule so people will know when I'm on. It's really hard. I'm not making excuses. I'm just laying it out. I am very, very busy. I am a very busy person. So when it's like when I can find downtime right now, which is usually what it's looking like for me, is it's usually Mondays and Tuesdays, which is odd. But it's about the only time that I have a window of just, me time, I guess. Because on the weekends, I'm always out. I'm always doing something on the weekends. And just, living life. And that's important. It really is. But, like, so for me right now, it's like I'm on a Monday, Tuesday kick. I'm going to try to see if there's other nights that I can squeeze in. And we just kind of go from there, right? So once I kind of find something that works for me and doesn't interrupt my life of work and socializing and, just doing all the other stuff in life, I will put out a schedule. What I can say for right now, for anybody watching, is your best times to catch me, as of right now, are Monday and Tuesday evenings. And I want it to be more. I do. But I also want to, like I said, not live my life either, right? Like, so it's a fine balance. Just like with anything in life, you got to find a balance with it. And that's kind of where I'm at. Once I figure that out, we will definitely do that. Literally, everyone I run into games at like 2 a.m. in the morning because of their time zone shoot. I think my click. Oh yeah. Well, so I used to be. I used to live in California for a little bit, and I was on West Coast time, and that was kind of rough. I know exactly how it can be. Where if you're an East Coast player, and if I was on the West Coast, like I had many times where I would be on at 10 o'clock on the West Coast, and people were already in bed on the East Coast because, it was like, 1 in the morning or something. So I know exactly, it's the opposite way, but I know exactly what you're talking about. It can be rough in that aspect. And then, yeah. So, now I'm on the East Coast, and so it's kind of the exact opposite, where I'm over here, and, if you're on the West Coast, it's only, I believe it's like 8:30 over there. I'm pretty sure. I think so, anyways. So, but yeah. if you've not ever run a TFO and you're interested in it, I am more than willing to run TFOs, even if they're normal TFOs. I don't care. Fed or Klingon, it doesn't matter. I have both. And like I said, if you ever just need help with anything, information, you've got questions. I don't believe in shaming anybody for something they don't know, or because that's the one thing I will say about STO. The amount of information out there is not readily available for every single person unless you're close. You know where to look at, right? Like if you look on something like STO Better, or you're watching YouTube videos or something like that, that's pretty much the only way you're gonna have information at like your fingertips. And then again, it's not always like easily accessible. So it's not like everybody's gonna know where to look and stuff like that. So that's why I said for me, it's one of those. If I can help people out, I'm going to help them out. I don't care. It does not bother me one bit. There are what they call meta builds in the game, right? Like what's current and what's good to use and what is, powerful and stuff. And then there's builds that are fun builds. And if you just like have an idea that you want to try and build together and stuff like that, like you absolutely can. There is no wrong way to build in this game. And I think that's the problem that a lot of people feel often discouraged about. It's like, they build and they want to build, like, say they want to build like a mine layered ship. Now, mines are not meta by any means whatsoever, but it doesn't mean that you can't put a lot of damage on a mine build and get it to trigger off, right, and have fun with it. You might not be necessarily doing like elite TFOs with a mine build. Maybe you could. I don't know. I honestly haven't tried, but I think there's so much other stuff in the game, like the beam builds and the exotic builds and port boats that are going to make mines not perform as well. But it doesn't mean you can't build it. It doesn't mean you can't have fun with it. And I think some people get discouraged because they go into something like this TFO and somebody's going to message them or yell at them and say, hey, why'd you bring this in here? You're not doing this and blah, 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 right? And so it turns some players away because they go, well, I like doing this stuff, I like firing off mines, or I like running all turrets or something. And now you're telling me I can't do that. I think there's alternatives to it, and you just have to find a way to make it work within the settings and the confines of the game. You can almost put together, I'd be surprised if you can't put together any kind of build in this game that can at least do some elite TFOs. I don't think all, but some. Especially like Infected Space Elite and stuff. You don't really need a lot to do it. You just need damage, just raw damage. And it can be done fairly quick, right? Or something like this, Conduit. Doesn't take much. Or no, Hive Onslaught, sorry. This isn't Conduit. But anyway, it doesn't take much. This is just... And again, if I'm doing this on a KDF that is not fully completed, with only tier 3 reputations, I'm running through elites, and that's all I've been doing is elites. It can be done. It can be done with a little bit of knowledge. That's it. So I never want to discourage anybody from exploring what they want to explore and build their ship. They want to build it and go from there, right? Go from there, and then we can discuss it and say, look, this is. Trait works great with this, or this trait works good with this, or this duty officer does this, and once you kind of start putting 1 + 1 together, start getting 2, then most YouTube videos are outdated. You don't find many things recent. I think that's because the meta itself hasn't really shifted into a necessary update. I think most meta builds that are around from like 2024, 2023 are still very viable to this day. That's only because there hasn't been too many traits or ships that have been released since the 15th anniversary. The last one was like the Ark Royal for Science, right? There hasn't been really too many ships or anything released in previous bundles or whatever that are needed. I guess. And what I mean by need is like needed for meta purposes. Now, for fun purposes, there's always a ship and you can get it whatever you want and whatever, right? But like, so let's let's take a look at it. So, like having the 16th anniversary, not a single ship in here is necessarily meta, other than having like the NX refit account wide, right? Like that's literally it, and that's again very kind of you can get it with Lobby if you wanted to, right? You can get the NX refit with, I mean, but again, like for your whole account, that's kind of the only reason to that aspect. But like nothing from the ships is really going to be meta defining. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to make anything more current than it was 3 years ago. And I don't know if that's done intentionally or not. Where is my? There it is. So unless you don't have preferential targeting like across your whole account, and if you're not even making a beam fire at will build or whatever, like there's really, or for beam overload, right? So it's like there's no real reason to have this ship. The other ships that came in the 16th, we've actually been reviewing them on stream the last couple days. This trait is a PvP trait through and through. There is no other if, ands, or buts. So you're not really going to use this in PvE. You could, but you're not really going to. This is just through and through. This may become a meta trait for tanking, but there's so many other tanking traits out there that it's not like not a huge win or loss if you have this trait. So again, it's not necessarily meta defining. The ship is basically the Eagle 2.0, like it's the same ship, sort of. Literally the same command pilot ship, and it's bigger. It's in a battle cruiser, right? So I mean, like, yeah, it's not anything that we don't have, and the Eagle is from the 13th anniversary, I'm pretty sure. So, when you say that some of the videos are outdated, it's just because nothing has come out, if that makes sense. Nothing has come out for a couple years that's basically like, you must have this ship. It's going to change the entire meta. It's going to change everything that you're doing in the game. And it's more or less like you nitpick now at these bundles and these releases, and you go, okay, I could see myself using this for this particular build. But like I said, most of the stuff that we're using has been used for many, well, not many, for at least 3 to 4 years, if not older than that. So when you are looking up builds, I would say it's a safe assumption that unless somebody releases something in 2026, it's a safe assumption that if you see something from like I'd say as far back as like 2022, maybe 2023, somewhere in that time frame, the last 3 or 4 years, is probably going to still be very viable. You may have to update a trait or two, but for the most part, it's going to be very, very, very viable. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's outdated. It's just that the devs have not really put anything out there that's like, oh, gotta have this, right? The plus or minus options, like I said, are just select ships. And in my opinion, and this is just my opinion alone, but like the best science ship in the game came from the 15th anniversary, and that's the Ark Royal right here. I fly this on the regular on my science officer, but again, this was just me kind of nitpicking this out of the bundle. And there's other great science ships, like the Vern is probably arguably the best because it's a double temporal seating, but I like having the Intel station, especially for ionic turbulence. So that's just, again, like you can argue which science ship you like the most, and that's fine. I also like having the pets, the debuff pets. So at the end of the day, 15th anniversary, that's a year ago. Nothing really new for science as far as builds are concerned. Everything still runs the same as far as I tested and know for science, whether you're using electrical anomalies, if you're running spore-infused anomalies, if you're running 5 magics, like it's pretty much the same stuff that's been around for a while. And that's the unfortunate thing is you're always looking at releases now on STO to kind of be like, what can I grab from this that's going to make a difference in the future, right? So that's what you're looking at it as. It's like, what can I grab out of these bundles that may or may not make a difference in the future, but if they're not drastic enough, they're not going to be changing or warranting a build. So, yeah, like I said, there's no real wrong way to build in the game. It's just you got to build to what you're looking to build toward, right? So if you're looking to do torpedoes, then you got to build around torpedoes. If you're looking to build around science, that's what you need to build around. If you're looking to build. I'm even looking for builds, more like explaining buff R&D weapon types, basic game intent. Most of what I've learned has been trial and error. I don't understand why torps and beams. So, okay. Let me see if I can break this down a little bit without, information overload for you. So, let's tackle that ending statement for you. So, beams and torps are absolutely fine together. It's usually the way it usually works is if you run a 4-4 ship. What I mean by a 4-4 ship, or if you ever hear this term, if somebody says I'm running a 4-4 ship or a 5-3 ship, they're talking about the fore weapons and the aft weapons, right? So a lot of ships, a lot of DPS dealing ships usually come in a layout of like 4-4, 4 aft, or 5-4, 3 aft, and then this exception being the Eagle, it's a 5-1, but that's just Eagle. But when they're talking about that, and you're building a build together, it's absolutely viable to run like 1 torpedo and 4 beams in the front, and maybe like 1 torpedo in the back and 2 other beams, or maybe a mine in the back and 2 other beams. What when they're talking about mixing weapon types, what you're talking about as far as why it's a sin, is because there are consoles like this in the game. This console is actually directed towards torpedo damage, but I'm gonna break this down so you can see why they say it's quote unquote a sin. We're gonna actually jump on our Romulan TAC officer over here that has a full-on beam boat, and this is where it gets a little tricky, right? So if you notice, this console specifically has phaser damage on there. It would benefit me to run nothing but phaser type weapons because I'm getting the bonus damage to phaser. But if I ran a phaser, a disruptor, a polaron, and a tetrion weapon, the only damage that I'm getting boosted is a phaser weapon, right? So that's kind of where that whole it's a sin to run to mix them. But if you look at my ship layout, and this is not going to stick around, this is just being built, but if you actually look at my ship layout right now, I 100% have beams, a torpedo, I have beams, and a mine right here. So it is 100% viable and doable, and you can run it like that. That's not an issue. The issue comes into where if you're building a specific type of damage, whether it's phasers, disruptors, polaron, anti-proton, tetrion, it all depends on the console types, absolutely. And that's what, because you're going to find even universal consoles right here. Approaching agony, phaser damage. This one says directed energy damage, which I'm going to go through in a second, but I'm trying to stick on one specific topic, right? This one says phaser damage as well. So if you notice, there's a theme with these consoles. They're all buffing these phasers, right? So these phasers is directed towards those consoles, and vice versa. Now, the exception to that rule, when you get consoles that do say direct energy damage, that means any energy type. Or, you noticed I did have one console over here, right here, that has beam weapon damage because I couldn't get it to roll the phasers. But notice that it's less. It's the same mark as this one. This one says 37.5% phaser damage. This one says 32.8% beam damage. Now, you could run a multitude of rainbow beams. When by rainbow, I mean phaser, disruptor, tetrion, anti-proton, polaron. You can run a rainbow damage build and run all of these beam weapon damage consoles, and you could theoretically boost them all simultaneously together because it covers the whole broad spectrum of them. However, there is not enough other consoles in the game that are just a broad energy damage console, if that makes sense. There's not enough of these kind of consoles that exist in the game. So you couldn't match the damage of just a singular damage type. You couldn't take random 5 beam weapons and match the same damage as an all-out phaser build or an all-out disruptor build or an all-out polaron build. You can still boost it and you can still do decent damage. You just can't match the same damage. And that's why people say, oh, don't mix the weapon types. Is because if you focus on one weapon type, then yeah, most of my consoles are buffing hull and shield. And that's, again, survivability, right? You're going to need that in your builds. Now, this is, again, I tend to build for PvE more or less like glass cannon just because, like, I just go through. I try to survive off of traits and duty officers and piloting. Not the best way to go about it. There are tons of ways to build around survivability and doing damage. You just find the balance that works for you. So if most of your consoles are buffing hull and shield, you're kind of, to me, from the sounds of it, it's kind of like you're almost set up to where you can handle the damage, right? If you're buffing your hull, you're buffing your shields. I'm assuming you're buffing your resistances. So you're kind of set up in the aspect of like you can take damage. It's now the dealing damage portion that you got to find. You got to find that fine-tuned line, and a lot of it comes down to experimentation. It's more or less like I said, I will build ships. Most of them are glass cannon type ships because I just want to go through. I want to burn stuff down before it even has a chance to attack me, right? Like, I look at it from that aspect. Let me just dump damage, burn it down. Let me put a few survivability, like, duty officers and a few survivability, like, traits here and there. But for the most part, let me just do raw damage and kill it before it kills me. That's my mentality. Doesn't mean it's the right mentality. It's just saying that's how I look at it. And then there are some people who are like, I want to stay in the fight longer. I don't want to pilot out of the fight. I don't like to maneuver like that. I'm not a fast-moving player. I want more resistances. I want more console heals. I want more whatever. So, again, it's like, okay, cool. You can do it that way, and we can put these consoles on and say, this works great for this situation, or this works great for this situation. Now let's take out some of this and put some damage in there so you're actually able to blow up stuff, right? So you got to find a fine balance between the two. And the thing is, so much that goes into a build, and it's both frightening and exciting at the same time. Because if you're not certain how to build, it is like a whole mess of information that comes at you all at once. And you're just like, okay, so I need this, I need that, I need this, and it can be overwhelming. And I completely understand that. And then there's times where you start to build and everything starts coming together. And like I said, if it works, you feel really good. And you're like, yeah, this is great. This is what I want it to do. And I want for people overall to feel that way. Is like their build is making them happy, you know. And I understand that. I wish there was a simple answer, and there's really not. This game is so creative. Um, when it comes to putting ships together, you literally have to build from the ground up, and you can do one of two things. You can copy paste the build, and that's fine. Let other people do the research, and you just copy and paste it. Okay, cool. It works. You're happy. You're good with that. Or you have to build from the ground up and test everything yourself and say, you know what, I'm not getting as much damage out of this as I would like, or I'm not getting as much survivability out of this as I like. I need to replace this and try this. And it's a process. It really is, but it's a fun process. It's a matter of how much time you want to put into it, how much you want to do, how how receptive you are to information, how much you're willing to take that information, roll with it, and go, okay, this makes sense, or no, it doesn't make sense because that's the other thing too. A lot of players, I think a lot of YouTubers fall into this trap, and I think a lot of people that make builds fall into this trap. Not everybody's going to play STO the same way you. Okay, I think that's a big problem when it comes to builds and stuff in general. I play the game the way that makes sense for me to play, right? My way of playing the game may not work for anybody else that's watching stream, play on YouTube, whatever, right? It doesn't. It may not make sense to them. They might not have the same hand-eye coordination. Maybe they don't like moving as fast as I do. Maybe it's something like that, right? So I think a lot of people, when they put builds and stuff out there, they go, well, this is what is meta, and this is destroying it, and you can do 1.5 million DPS and blah blah. And while all that holds true to that build, you have to fly that build and time everything and do everything correctly with that build to achieve those numbers, or to even, I guess, do what is required of you for that build. And I think what a lot of people don't realize, and I don't make excuses for anybody, but there are some people out there they might have a handicap. Their vision might be blurred. They might not have a fast reaction time. Maybe they have some kind of nerve damage. Maybe there's a million reasons why that somebody is not going to play the game the same way you're going to play the game. And it might not even be a disability. It might just be for the simple fact that they're not interested in playing the game the way you play the game, and that's okay too. I use a Garrett anti-proton. 4 consoles are buffing anti-proton. All other consoles are shielded. That's okay though, and that's fine. Like, I understand where you're coming from on that. So the Garrett's actually a pretty decent ship. It's not bad at all. And again, like, it's there. I don't believe there is a bad ship in this game. It's more or less, how do you make a ship work, right? What is the Garrett? I can't think of. I don't think that's a T5 ship, isn't it? I think it is. I don't even think it's in the Zen Star. I think it's just one that you get from playing the game, right? The Garrett. I want to say it is. Is it a T6 ship? Maybe. I don't know. I have ships between both PC and Xbox. I don't know which is which anymore. You already have it. Might not. But anyway, I know I want to say. Oh, it's an event ship. Okay. Actually, one of the things I don't have over here on PC, I only have one event ship. This is a. We'll have to open up the Xbox one these days. Like you're on stream. It's bad. It's really, really bad. I think I only have the where no under reclaim. I don't know why I keep going that. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so I'm on PC right now. This is my PC account. So I have both the Xbox and PC. So I'm on PC right now that I'm playing here and now. This is the account that I'm building on is PC. My Xbox account is wildly ridiculous. I've invested too much time and money and effort into Xbox, but that's besides the point. Okay, this is what I was looking at, the seating. Yeah, so it's got engineering command bridge and lieutenant commander temporal. Okay, so let's see. For engineering command, you could do quite a bit with that. You could do a lot with this, especially that. I'm going to give you some basic breakdowns, and you can take this information, kind of use it whichever way you want. But stuff when I see seating like this, right? So I see commander engineering command station. That tells me right there I can run reversal polarity 3. I can run Octasif 2. I can run engineering team 1. I can run rally point marker 3. And that's all 4 survivability bridge officer traits that I would ever need on this ship alone. That's it, right? So that's all I would need as far as that command engineering station. Now, the lieutenant commander tactical and the lieutenant commander universal temporal ops is where I would start breaking things up into like my damaging abilities. If you were building, I don't know if you're building a beam, you said anti-proton beam. So this is where I would build like either, let's see, lieutenant commander. So I build like beam overload 3, fire at will 3, cannon scatter volley, and like attack team or something like that, right? I'm just spitballing this stuff because I'm just thinking off the top of my head how I would build something with this kind of seating. Oh, and that's the lieutenant commander tactical station. Now, lieutenant commander universal temporal ops, you have options here. You have options for if you want to add a little bit of control to the build. You can put things like Heisenberg amplifier in there. You can put the chronometric bubble in there. You can put science officer in there, and then you can use tractor beam, tonic officer. And these are just things that like I'm looking at this ship bridge officer lineup, and I'm going, this is how I would do it. Does that mean it's correct or that it's the best way to do it? But I'm trying to reel back some of your surviving consoles so you can put more damaging consoles in it. That makes sense. So what you would do is take some of the bridge officer seating, put that towards your survivability, and pull back on maybe I'd say like, well, let's see, if you T6X2 that ship, that gives you what? 12 consoles, right? So let's say you dedicate 6 of those consoles towards anti-proton beam damage. Just like whether it's the vulnerability consoles or the colony consoles, or whichever way you want to go about it. So you put 6 consoles towards anti-proton, and that's going to balance between the bridge officers, and it's going to balance between the rest of your quote-unquote survivability consoles. And if you want to use summon consoles for, I don't know if you're summoning like pets or whatever you're summoning, I'm not sure which consoles you have in those slots, you absolutely can. But again, I would also look at trying to piece together what makes sense for what you're trying to build, right? So if you're trying to build this as an anti-proton beam boat, maybe the summon consoles can be more or less redirected towards adding more anti-proton damage. And there are a lot of consoles in game that boost anti-proton. There's quite a bit. So you could do that, or you could balance it out for like, okay, so the bridge officer seating is not quite keeping me alive. I want more survivability. Then you can, yeah. My problems, my ability, that's what I'm saying. But again, like this is what I mean. It's like, and this is what I mean by finding what works for you. because it is a whole process, right? And it's not that you're doing anything wrong or anything like that. It's just it's like information overload. You have so much stuff in front of your screen. You're like, I got to put these consoles on. I got to do this for my bridge officer abilities. I got to do this for my duty officer. So you have a lot in front of you, and I don't blame anybody who's like, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do here because there's just so much stuff. Even as a veteran of this game who's been playing since its freaking release on 2 different platforms, there are things that I will admit I screw up on all the time. I'll be doing something, I go, I should have done that. I don't know why I didn't do that, you know? And it's just because, like, it hits you in that moment and you go, oh my gosh, there's so much stuff I overlooked because I was looking at this or I was doing that. It's not... it's just finding that balance, and that's what we got to do for you or anybody else that's just trying to build their ship to get it out there. Like I said, if there's any way I can help you, I absolutely will, and we can just get your ship rolling so that you can enjoy the content. That's what it's for. You want to enjoy the content. You don't want to fail missions and feel defeated at the end of the day, right? So you want to be able to fly around, enjoy your content, and not feel like at the end of the day that the game is either incredibly too hard for you, but you still like Star Trek, so of course you're kind of suckered into the whole, I gotta play it because it's Star Trek, but this game is just too damn hard, Like, I don't want that being the case for anybody. So, you gotta definitely find what works for you. But if anti-proton is your not now. I want to see what. But I agree about the info. One more question. So some officers can be trained in new roles. Pilot, temporal. Can you talk about that? Absolutely. That's actually perfect. We can definitely go over that. In fact, I'll break it down for you all here on screen. Let's get over. I'm going to show you the quick way and then the long process of it, okay? So the quick way is for your Gareth, it's temporal operative seating, right? I think it's temporal. I'm pretty sure it is. So let's say your engineer. This is my engineer. And you need him to be temporal operative because the seating is required. Well, not required. It's just saying, like, if you want to use temporal operative abilities to put in that seat, that bridge officer has to be a temporal operative. Now, my bridge officer is a miracle worker right now, so I want to change him. If you go over to your skills section right here, you have all these, right? Now, the quick way to do this is to go over here to the exchange, set this. I'm going to scroll all the way down here to training manuals. And I want temporal operative, right? Now, I know this from knowledge of the game and just time playing. I go down to temporal operative. Let me move this. See it? Temporal operative training manual. Change the quality here. Change the quality here to ultra rare. Okay? So once you change the quality, hit search. There you go. For 250,000 credits, I can buy this temporal operative specialization qualification. This is the quick way. This is not the best way. I'm just saying this is a quick way. Now, with my bridge officer selected, I come down to here and I actually don't have the XP for it. It actually cost me 25,000 expertise. As you can see, I have 19,000. This is why I said I haven't been working on this character because I need to do missions and stuff. But let's say I had it. Let's pretend I had it, right? And then learned a new specialization. Now it's a temporal operative. And all I would do was switch this to temporal operative. I would come over to my station if it was a temporal operative right here. If this engineer was temporal operative. And now all of a sudden my temporal operative abilities are there. Because he's a temporal operative, if that makes sense. That's the quick way to do it. The long way to do it, which you can do it either way. Whatever makes sense to you. Say you don't have a lot of EC on here. Say you're not making money or whatever. Go over to R&D. Go to officer training. First thing you're going to do is create a pad. Okay. Once this pad is done, it takes 30 minutes. Now you can definitely. Oh, I can't do it because I'm. But it takes 30 minutes. You create this pad. If you look here, it says specialization qualification. Now I only have intelligence because I've only done intel on here. In order to get the other specialization qualifications, it requires right here requires these to be up to the point where you can make their manuals, which I think is for 3. So you have to have enough points in here. But there it is, right here. So 3. So you have to get up to tier 3 in a specialization to actually craft the manual. So in order to do that, then you need all of this other stuff that it requires to craft it, which means you have to craft all of these. So you see what I mean? It's a longer process. This process takes longer. It's easier to just take the 250k credits and buy it. It's the fast way to do it. Or you can actually earn them through some missions. Does the rarity matter? Only when it comes to their specialization. Every single one of these, Miracle Worker, Temporal Operative, they're all ultra rare. That is the only time it matters. Is when you're upping your bridge officer to whatever you need them to be, whether it's pilot, command, intel, temporal operative, they're all ultra rare. Everything else does not matter. So say you're looking for a specific ability, right? Say you're looking for mixed armament synergy. Well, this is very rare, but you want mixed armament synergy 3. You grab it from here. Do not fall for the trap that many players do on here, which I try to tell people not to do this, but they will do it anyways. You see this exceeded rated limits 2 right here? You can buy this for 5,000 credits at the bridge officer trainer. The only ones you cannot buy at the bridge officer trainer are rank 3 of anything. I'm 99% certain. I'll show you what I mean. So if you wanted mixed armament synergy 2, right? Bridge officer trainer here. And this is the same at Earth Space Dock or whatever. If you notice, everything goes up to rank 2. And that includes Temporal Operative, Miracle Worker. And notice that the price is only 5,000. The only thing that this person does not sell is rank 3 of something. And rank 3 of something can be either crafted, it can be bought off the exchange, or it can be earned through different methods in the game, whether you earn it through a story mission or you earn it, which there are some abilities you can earn through story missions. Stabilizing Resonance Beam is there's a lot to this game. There's a lot. But it's like, I just don't want people wasting their EC on what I feel like some players try and take advantage of because they're told, go to the exchange and find something. Well, here's Aceton Beam 2, which we saw. Actually, this one's cheaper. Well, who's putting Aceton Beam up for 1,000? I would buy this one. I would buy this one because it's 5,000, I guess, right? I just say you don't need it. You'd buy Aceton Beam 3 if you were running Aceton Beam. Can't get that from the bridge officer train. So when rarity matters, this is a quick recap. Rarity only matters if you're trying to make your bridge officer a specific type or that specific seating. So if you want your bridge officer to be a miracle worker, just go to ultra rare. Miracle Worker manual is the only one that comes up, and that's exactly what you need. If you want it to be a temporal operative, same thing. Ultra rare, it's the only one that comes up. For pilot, same thing for command, same thing for intel. That's the only time that rarity matters. Everything else is basically what you're looking for as far as the ranks for those abilities. Um, perfect example. We were talking about your ship earlier, right? Talking about the seating. I said, with that seating for survivability, I would run something like Reaper Shield Polarity, but I would run it at rank 3. Now, notice for engineering, right here, Reverse Shield Polarity 3, if you buy it, it's 222,000. But that's either you craft it yourself or you buy it. And you're not going to get it any other way because there is no other way to get Reverse Shield Polarity 3 unless it comes off a Bridge Officer, which that's the other method of earning it. Now, you can get a Bridge Officer. Let's just look up very rare Bridge Officers, okay? Look at very rare Bridge Officers. And let's make them an engineer because I know that engineers are the only ones that have Reverse Shield Polarity 3. But if you notice, when you hover over a Bridge Officer, it'll tell you all of their abilities, right? So they have Aston Beam 3. I'm not interested in them. Not interested in Oxysif 3. Not interested in Reverse Shield Polarity 2. I'm just going to find one, if I can, that has Reverse Shield Polarity 3. I'm going to show you the other way you can do this. It could be immensely cheaper. It just depends on if you can find it. Reverse Shield Polarity 2. And unfortunately, you can't search for like the specific ability that they have. You just have to know, like, oh, I need an engineer that has Reverse Shield Polarity 3, but I don't want to replace my engineer. How do I get Reverse Shield Polarity 3? And how do I not pay 200,000, energy credits for it, or I don't, craft it because I don't have the materials or whatever. You go and buy a Bridge Officer that has it, if you can find him. Less. One? Oh no, that was Reverse Shield. And again, it's going to be a process if you even find it. Sometimes you might not. They might be all bought up, or they might be, just nobody's putting them out there. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, right now, we're just going to buy for Oxysif 3, just so I can show what's going on. So I paid 20,000 for this person, right? Now, I'm going to hit not now on them, right? Okay. So then I'm going to open up my stations here. Okay. If you see that I have 10 Bridge Officer candidates right down here, this is because these are officers that I have not commissioned, including that Vulcan engineer right there. Okay. He has Oxysif 3. I want Oxysif 3. So how do I get it off of him? I go over here to create manual on him, and I find Oxysif 3, choose manual. Okay. I just sacrificed him for Oxysif 3. Now I have it at 20,000 energy credits versus like 200,000. And that's the same thing you would do for anybody that has a Bridge Officer ability that you make. Oh, look at that. Reverse Shield Polarity 3. Now, I can't do that with Geordie LaForge because he's a special duty officer. But if I could, I would just rip that off of him. I would literally create manual off of him. These are all special duty officers that I just haven't commissioned because they're event duty officers or something, right? So that's the other way to do it. Craft it, buy it, or get it off a Bridge Officer, and then turn it into the manual. So those are your options. Buy this one, or where did I don't remember. Okay, that's the candidate. Possibly stupid. That applied weapons, engine, kit. Like, I'm still in all your time, bro. I'm at work, so I'm no, there's no such thing as a stupid question at all, especially if you really do not know the information. But I don't believe in that whatsoever. I would rather you ask something that you are not knowledgeable about than hold back thinking it's a stupid question, because your question could be something that somebody else has and jumps in and says, I've always wondered about this, but I didn't want to say anything because it just sounds silly, right? But I'd rather somebody ask that so that I can sit there and go, no, yes or no, this applies to it. So, your question is, does that apply to weapons, engines, kits, etc.? Yes, it does. Sort of. Once again, engines, deflector dishes, shields, kits, weapons. Rarity matters to the extent of stats being boosted. Let me do one, I'll show you what I mean. So, I don't recommend doing this. I'm only doing this for test purposes and to show a very simplistic way of showing it. So let's say we're going to grab this neutrino deflector here at Mark II. Okay. So this would be, again, I don't recommend doing this because I'm only showing for testing purposes what I mean. Okay. So we're going to go to more details here. As you can see, this is a common Mark II that has +5 Starship Control Expertise and +5 Starship Drain. Okay. So does rarity and stuff affect it? Absolutely. The way you know is I don't really, do I not have any? Don't do this either. I'm just wasting dilithium, but got plenty of it. Ignore what I'm doing for the moment because I'm literally just to grab things. Just because dilithium's important and we'll break down why. Okay, but like I said, for what I'm doing right now to show, I always believe in showing your work, right? So showing the work. So you have +5 Starship Control Expertise. And thank you for the subscription. I do appreciate that. You got +5 Drain Expertise, +5 Starship Perception. This is at Mark II Common. Put one of these in here, which is going to exponentially increase the rank. But what we're also going to try and do is get the common to go up to uncommon. And every time it upgrades, just take a look at the stats, right? So remember, we're starting at +5 across the board. +5, +5, +5. All right. So we're going to upgrade. Now it went to green and it's Mark III. So it's already green. And look at the stats. +6.3, +9.4, +6.3. So we went from +5, +5, +5 to Mark III and uncommon. And we essentially added, well, one of the stats we added +4 to. The other two stats we added +1.3 to. As we continue to rank up, now, at Mark IV, it's 7.5, 11.3, 7.5. Now at Mark V, it's 8.8, 13.1, 8.8, right? Now it's blue. Now it's rare. We got it to kick over to rare. Now look at your stats. 15, 15, and 10. So rarity and level absolutely do matter on gear. That being said, what I have just done is kind of considered quote unquote taboo, but do what you want to do. It's your currency, your money, your whatever in this game, right? What I mean by it's considered taboo is, one, I don't have a need for this item, so this I only did it to show like how it works. But two is you shouldn't upgrade any items at all until what STO does on a regular is they have what's called upgrade weekends or upgrade events or whatever they want to call it. But it happens pretty often. I say about once every 2 to 3 months you're going to get what's called an upgrade weekend. And that basically what that means is like one of these Phoenix tokens. Upgrading. Okay, so one of these tokens right here gives double the technological boost, right? So that means that for me getting this up to Mark 9 right now, which you can see the stats have heavily increased, right? So for me getting this to Mark 9, this could actually be like Mark 12 right now. because the double XP or the double, think of it like a double XP weekend kind of deal, right? But it's a double upgrade. And they announce these things all the time. You see under tab right here, it'll say event. So over your overview, it'll say event and it'll say upgrade weekend. Well, if you look right here, upcoming weekend is dilithium weekend, which means you can get extra dilithium from mining events and tier 5 reputation rewards and all that stuff. So you can get extra dilithium this coming weekend, and they do the same thing. They'll say, okay, it's a double upgrade weekend. So as long as you pay attention to this, you'll know when to really upgrade. Now, again, you can do it anytime you want. I'm just saying it's considered like wasted resources, if that makes more sense, if you do it prior to an upgrade weekend. So yes, engines, kits, weapons, basically everything in the game. Everything in the game benefits from being upgraded. And that remains true with consoles, with Warp Core being epic, and this is just stuff that I was only able to upgrade during the last upgrade weekend we had, which was about January or something. I don't know. Might have been February, but I think it was January. Either way, that was what I was able to do, is get these upgraded. And you may or may not be able to upgrade them. So I would recommend that you wait till that point and you choose what you do with your dilithium, which we're going to circle back to. Like I said, dilithium is important in this game. It's important for every single aspect of this game. And I can't stress it enough how important dilithium is, whether it's buying reputation gear. And that's probably something that you might be looking into right now. It might be something you're looking into later on as you rank up. But there's gear, reputations, that have set pieces. And it costs quite a pretty penny of dilithium. For this deflector dish alone, it cost me 32,500 dilithium. Okay. If I want something from a Starbase project, like to say I wanted this warp core here. If I want this, I think it's like 10,000 dilithium just for this item alone. If I want upgrade tokens, as you saw that I did just a minute ago, which, like I said, I don't recommend doing it, but again, it's your money. You do what you want. But just so you like on those upgrade tokens, you get them from the Phoenix prize packs. 40,000 dilithium gets you a 10-pack of that. And then you go all the way down and get those upgrade tokens. So there's so much of this stuff that it's very valuable to have and use, but it's all about timing. It's all about knowing what is useful. Like I said, I'm not too worried about it on this character. I refine dilithium every day, and I will just move dilithium if needed. That's not a big deal. It doesn't hurt me none. The other option, again, I don't tell anybody what to do with their stuff. It's your money. It's your game. You play the game the way you want to. Your other option is you can buy Zen, if that's your thing. You can convert it to dilithium. You can totally sell your Zen on the exchange here by going to here. Now, I don't have any Zen to sell because I'm not. But I'm saying you could at 500. Let's say you had 1,000 Zen, which is $10. Well, there you go. There's 500,000 dilithium, and you'll get it instantly. So you could do that if you had $10 to, whatever. By all means, do it, and then have 500,000 dilithium and go. That's an option. Otherwise, just stick to doing pretty much everything in game to do, whether it's TFOs or just admiralities, whatever. You'll earn dilithium like crazy, and you just refine your 8,000 or 9,000 a day if you're a lifetime subscriber, which I'm not. I haven't justified yet a reason for me to get lifetime until it goes on sale, and then I'll think about it. Let's see. So it's okay too. So that's the other thing. I can't stress this enough. You don't have to upgrade items immediately upon receiving them, and I only recommend upgrading items that you know for a fact that you're going to keep around for the content you're doing and the build that you're doing, right? Um, Say, for instance, if you notice, like, my weapons are really just kind of trash over here. There's nothing that in fact, I'm not even sure how the hell these are all Mark 15 because I know I think I might have like a long time ago put these in the bank and just like threw something on there to get them to Mark 15. But none of these are epicked out because I'm not going to keep but half of them. I'm probably going to keep this omnidirectional Oblivion phaser and maybe like the radio one. But all these other ones, they're not epicked out or anything for a reason because I know that I'm eventually going to switch them out. I'm going to sit there and build a different build on here and go, I don't want this phaser. I want like a Terran Task Force phaser, or I want Lorca's phaser or something, right? I want something else in these slots. So I won't upgrade something that I know for a fact I am not going to use. But if it's something that goes towards my build that I go, I'm going to use this for a long time. These phaser damage consoles, I'm building a phaser build. It makes sense for me to upgrade it. So I don't want you, I guess, jumping onto your game and going, okay, I have all this stuff. I gotta upgrade all this stuff because I have it, and I would do so much better if I upgraded it. That's not necessarily the case. Especially if it's items that you're going to be switching out. So what I do say is, if you're level 65, it is 100% okay to have all Mark 12 equipment because that's the highest that it drops at 65 is Mark 12. It's okay to have all Mark 12 equipment while you're figuring out your build and switching out stuff. You don't have to upgrade every single piece that you own until your build is coming along and you're like, oh, I'm going to keep that. For instance, my Soul Defense shield array right here is Mark 12. This is not permanent on this build. It's only sticking around. It's a placeholder until I get the shield I want. And I think I'm going to go with Tilly's on here. I'm not sure. I might go with Tilly's. Yeah, I'll probably go with Tilly's. Who am I kidding? I'm going to go with Tilly's, which comes from Tier 5 reputation of Discovery. But I'm not at Tier 5 reputation. So this is my placeholder for right now. Well, I need shields on my ship, right? So I'm like, okay, these are decent enough shields. The Soul Defense set is a great set for a placeholder, especially if you're a beamboat. And you farm this from a mission. You can farm all 3 pieces from a mission running it 3 times. Very, very simple. So I take this shield. It's my placeholder all the way until I get to Tier 5 reputation of Discovery. And I go, okay, perfect. Now I'm going to upgrade this. I am going to upgrade my Tilly's to Mark 15 Epic. Mark 15 Epic. That's a Mark 15 Epic. Okay. This will be rolled over to Phaser eventually, but that's not here nor there. What I'm saying is, that's what I mean by don't level up everything that you get or you have. Only level up stuff that you're going to absolutely want around for your build. So if it's you're doing this anti-proton build, right? I think that's what you were saying. You're building an anti-proton build. Say you go to, I don't know if you have a fleet or not, and if you don't, we can absolutely get you in a fleet that can help you out. I have no issue with that. We're in several fleets over here, so I mean, if we can get you in one. But say you want a fleet console. And a fleet console is really good to have, whether it's a vulnerability console or a colony console or whatever, right? So, or maybe you don't want one. Maybe you want one of these magnetic ones. It's your build. I'm just giving you a broad example. So if you want a fleet console and you want it with anti-proton damage, you don't have the fleet marks or the fleet credits quite yet or the dilithium, but you have a regular anti-proton console in your tax slot. I would wait until you can get that complete anti-proton console that you want because you want the crit severity from it, and then upgrade that one, not upgrade the anti-proton console you have on you, right? Because otherwise you're just pouring resources into something that you're going to replace. So in the meantime, what you would do is you would run the Mark 12 purple anti-proton console that you have, right? And if it's not purple, that's okay too. You could probably get it as a drop. You can get it as off the exchange. Like I could tell you right now, like every Mark 12 console that exists out there. So if you go rare, we're just gonna put Mark 12, right? We're just gonna search Mark 12. I mean, you're not gonna pay too much. These and let's see, these are tricobalts and stuff like that. But you don't have to do that. You don't have to do this because again, this is like just wasted resources until you get your build rolling the way you want it to roll. So I would look into what it is you want to do. If you want to build a ship a certain way and you have questions about it, I am more than willing to answer best of my knowledge. If you say I want to build an anti-proton build because I like the way anti-proton looks, I like how it acts, what do I need? I will break down everything I possibly know about anti-proton and how I believe you can achieve the best numbers for anti-proton or whatever you're trying to do for anti-proton, right? And then we could start piecing together your build. And then you would know, right? You would know, okay, I need this console, I need this console, I need this weapon, I need this duty officer, I need these traits, right? And so you just make a list. You make a list, and as you achieve that list, you check off one thing. You go, okay, I finally got this console from the colony, or I got this console from the Fleet Spire. Okay, I'm good with that. Okay, I got this from the Reputation, and I got this. And once you put it all together, even as you piece it together, you're going to notice a change. You're going to notice a change as you start building a build. Once you put it all together and you're happy with it, that's when you really start focusing on the upgrades. And you go, okay, I need more damage from this console, right? So I need to upgrade this console. I need more damage I need more survivability from these shields. So I'm going to upgrade these shields. And that's when I would focus on the upgrading portion. I hope that makes sense. I hope it's not like a whole lot of information overload. I know it seems like a lot. After you build your first ship, right? Like once you get a hang of building a ship, the rest kind of starts falling into place. And it really does. It takes maybe like 1 or 2 ship builds, like actual time to build a ship before you start going, oh, okay, this is all adding up. Now I want to make this on another character, or maybe I want to make this on the same character, right? Maybe you're enjoying your anti-proton build on that specific character that you have, and now you want to roll, I don't know, a science boat, or maybe you want to roll a mine boat, or maybe you want to roll a torpedo boat. Either way, I'm just saying, like, you want to roll something else. Well, once you got the basics of building that first ship down, you start going, okay, I got to look for this because this makes sense. This adds towards torpedoes, or this adds towards mine damage, or this adds towards science exotic abilities, right? So you start kind of learning a process, and it falls into place. So as you do future builds, you're like, okay, I got it. I know what I'm doing now. And at least you know the basis of what you're doing. Then you can start asking the questions of, okay, I know I need this for anti-protons. What kind of consoles out there buff anti-protons? Or what kind of consoles out there help me with more survivability? I'm struggling in these kind of missions. I can't do TFOs. It makes sense. I have 4 characters. I have no... Yeah. So as I said, you build more. You start piecing it together bit by bit. It's all going to start lining up. And I usually tell people, it's usually after your first, you'll never forget your first build. It's almost like you'll never forget your first ship, right? You'll never forget it because you'll go, I did this. I put the time into this, and you'll go, this is what my very, very first build, and I know this from 14 years ago, 15 years ago. I have not been playing the full 16 years. I've been playing about 15 years. I think I started a year after. I started right before they went free to play. I started on the subscription model and right before they went free to play. So I want to say it was 14 or 15 years ago. So, anyways, before this game went free to play, that's when I started. My very first build that I ever did, this was prior to all of the stuff that's in game right now. I'm talking back when we had to use the drop stuff and the cap back then. Mark 10, I believe. Wasn't Mark 12. Wasn't Mark 11. It was Mark 10. All the stuff that dropped in the game. I think my very first build, I'm almost certain, I could be wrong, was a healer. It was a healer, which does not even exist anymore. And that's how I know it was my first build. Healers don't exist at all anymore. There is no room in the game for healers. But back then, survivability wasn't as scaled as it is now. It wasn't as self-sufficient, right? So back in the day, my very first build was I believe it was an engineer healer, but it could have been a science healer. I'm not sure. It was an engineer or science healer. And I remember I looked all up and down for anything that gives heals. I'm talking like, running like hazard emitters, like 2 copies of hazard emitters, an engineering team and science team, and like targeting my teammates, and then like what few consoles. I don't even think we had universal consoles back then. I think it was like a very select few consoles in the game that had anything that like boosted your healing and whatnot. So like I looked for that kind of stuff, and I put this stuff together. And then when I was done, I was happy. I was like, yes, I have my first like build, and I understand how it works. And I don't even think we had set notes. This is way early on. This is 14, 15 years ago. The game was wildly different. You can find old ass videos of the game, and it's very, very different. The game has changed dramatically for the better. Mind you, it has changed for the better in the aspects of like combat and builds and stuff like that. Has changed for the better, because back in the day it was janky. It was really janky. But so I put it together, and I was happy. I was going into, I don't know if we had elite TFOs back then. We might have had like advanced at the most, or some kind of similarity. Or I know we got elite TFOs at some point. I just don't remember when. This is years. I'm trying to think back when. But so a science officer is a bad matchup for the Garrett? No, there's no such thing. So there's no such thing as the wrong officer flying the wrong ship. Does not matter. So every officer can do the same thing as everybody else. The only difference is what it comes down to, what your abilities are on that officer. Okay. Science officers get subnuke. Engineers get Nadion inversion and other thing. But anyways, and then TAC officers get alpha strike. Okay. Every single captain can do what the other captains can do, and they all perform within a margin of the other. Now, the highest damaging officer in the game, as it exists to this day, is a Romulan alien tactical officer. Why a Romulan alien is because you can get access to superior Romulan, which you can do it on every other character, but a superior Romulan operative or alien is Romulan alien. Man, I am jumbling my words. Romulan alien is the only class in the game that can take advantage of She's a Predator, which is an amazing trait to have for the full duration. The SROs, the extra slot here. I don't even know why I'm explaining it when I have it all on this character. This is a Romulan alien tactical officer with the extra trait slot for personal ground, right? This is the highest DPS dealing character in the game, but that's only for like high end game content, meaning like elite TFOs. You're trying to blow the shit up out of everything before like it has a chance to do anything. But a science officer or an engineer can do everything the same, exactly the same way I can do it, minus the buffs and minus like the little bit extra here and there. But a science officer is completely fine to fly around in a cruiser and whatever. Now you won't have a lot of uses for your sub nuke as opposed to me having an alpha strike. You won't have a lot of uses towards, co-op energy weapons unless like something's shooting at you, right? But you do have uses for them. Now, you do have a sensor scan and you have sensor analysis, right? So you do have debuffs as well. You also have photonic fleet. You have a few niche things that you can use in space that TAC officers and engineers don't. Every single class has something to it. It's just if you are one of those people in a day that's like, let me maximize my damage, let me go just buck wild, let me get the most DPS effective out of a character, then it's going to be a Romulan alien tactical officer. That's just because of game design. It really is. I don't know why that they have never given the options that a Romulan alien tac can have to science officer, but that's just how it is. Engineers are considered to be quote unquote the weakest damage dealers in the game. Does not mean that they can't do damage, right? That most builds are tested on engineers anyways, because engineers don't have access to alpha, they don't have access to sensor analysis or anything like that. So they're basically considered the kind of considered a test character, right? So, but again, they can still do damage. They can still design their ships, design their builds, do everything else. They can be a human, or they can be an engineer alien, right? They could be like a Starfleet alien officer, and they still get the extra trait slot and everything else. But they're not going to have an alpha. They're not going to have this or sub nuke. They're not going to have or whatever, right? So it's just a matter of what do you want out of your captain? What do you want to do with your captain? Do you want the little? I say for survivability, I think a science officer has it hands down. A science officer is going to survive longer than anybody else because, again, like you have co-op energy weapons. You have. I can't even think right now. My brain is it. We're at 4 hours on stream, and my brain's just not one to bring. But again, you have abilities to keep you alive, right? Whereas a TAC officer has offensive abilities to blow stuff up. Whereas an engineer kind of has the middle ground. The engineer is kind of like the middle ground, right? It has immense survivability, but it also has like a little bit of damage. So that's kind of like what you're looking at when you're making a character or what you're doing. You're just kind of like, how do I turn this character into what I want it to do? And there are some people that only run a Romulan alien tactical officer for every bit of content they do in the game because they just want the maximum meta damage. That's all they want. They don't want anything else. So, and that's fine. If that's how they want to play, that's okay. I'm just saying, I have 3 on this account. I have 3 different characters, and only one of them is a Romulan alien tac, which is this one, right? This is the only one. This is a KDF, just a KDF alien because again, the extra trait slot. And this is a temporal. This was a 23rd century science officer. This is my main over here on PC. This isn't even an alien. This isn't a Romulan alien, but yet this is definitely putting out the DPS that I want it to put out and more because I know how to build it. Is basically what it comes down to. So am I missing about 5 to 10% extra damage? Sure, of course I am, because I'm not an alien tac, and I don't have access to some of the things that a Romulan alien tac has. But I'm not really worried about 10% damage. I'm just not. At the end of the game, at the end of the day, I'm blowing up everything. I'm winning. I'm having a good time. I'm doing elite TFOs. I'm not really worried about it. I have an alien tac if I really want to do that, right? So that's the way I look at it: is fly what you want, be the captain you want to be, and then create the build you want to create. that's what it comes down to. That's the beauty about this game. Do what makes sense to you, and don't let others dictate what you do. I always ask for, advice, questions. Even if you think it's a dumb question, ask it anyways, because your question might be something that somebody else might have a question about. Don't ever feel like are there people on here that are going to be like, oh, well, that was stupid. Yeah, of course there are. Are there going to be assholes on here? Absolutely. Am I an asshole from time to time? Sure, absolutely. Everybody knows this. That's known me in the past definitely knows. But it just depends also, like, situation is too, right? I need to learn to build better myself for Polar. See, even I don't know if you. Well, yeah. So we're on YouTube. Troy says he agrees, and Troy knows who I am, and Troy knows, like, he's ran with me for years, so he knows, like, it's better to ask the questions and then sit on them and not get the answer that you want for them, even if it seems like a silly question, even if it seems to you like it should be like an easy to answer question. It sometimes isn't, and like I said earlier, some of the information that you get for this game is not readily available for you. You have to look online. You have to go to YouTube. You have to go to STO Better. You have to go to Reddit. You have to go to Discord. There's so many outlets to achieve information for this game. It's wild. And so yeah, sometimes, best thing to do is ask questions. You need to learn to build better yourself for Polaron. There's a lot you can do with Polaron. That's the thing. It depends on what you want to do with it, though, Troy. See, I won't ever question, though. There's somebody over on YouTube, so I'm streaming on both platforms on YouTube and Twitch, and there's somebody over on YouTube. I've been running with him about 10 years now, or something like that. So we've been running together about 10 years, off and on. This dude comes up with some wild. I always joke with him. This is what I mean by fly your ship. Do what. I always joke with him. I always call him the tactical engineer. The reason I call him the tactical engineer is because I've never seen a TAC officer tank as much damage as he does and, like, survive, and, like, it's just wild to me. Like, I have been in PvP queues with him where he has healed himself more than what a character would be built for, I guess, in that scenario, right? Like an engineer or something, or a science officer or whatever. I've seen him do this as a tactical officer. And watching him do that, I've never questioned how he builds, because I just, like, you're going to come up with something wild that should exist. But he does, and he makes it exist. And that's what I mean. It's like, he doesn't shy away from, well, I wonder if this works if I add this together, 1 + 2, but what if 1 + 1 = 8 somehow? And he'll find a way to make it work. I don't know how he does it sometimes. I'm just like, bro, what was your thought process behind it? But he'll do it, and then it'll work, and I'm go, okay, that's interesting. And in fact, he just actually did a build last week that his regen rate was so ridiculously high. He didn't run a single, like, heal on this ship. I think his regen rate was something like 550 or 600 or something like that. His regen rate was so high that if you hit him with what they call the Impreza Lance, so the Impreza Lance is kind of busted right now. It can do, like, wild amounts of damage, like 1 million plus damage. It's from the event Impreza, right? So it's really busted. But if he got hit for 1 million, let's say 1.2 million damage by it in a private queue, his regen was so high that the moment it touched him, he regen through it, and, like, it wouldn't even pop him. It was just like, as soon as the numbers came in, his health just started going up, and I was like, that is incredibly insane to watch. And, like, it would take, I don't know how many passes, Troy, with the Lance, like 8 passes to finally kill you. Like, it was this wild. It was, and so it's stuff like that. When you see it come together, it's a great feeling. And I don't ever want anybody feeling discouraged by what they're trying to build, because if even if it's not quote unquote meta, or it's not something that somebody else says, oh, well, you can't build that. Why not? Why can't you build it? It's your game. It's your time. It's your money. It's your everything into this game. Build whatever you want to build. If you're happy with it, that's all that matters. I encourage that for anybody. Build what makes you happy. You know, want to build a 550 regen boat, then build it. Yeah, it took about 8 with a sub nuke, is what he says. 8 with a sub nuke. So that's crazy. He took that many lances, and it's wild. It's very cool. So I don't ever discourage it. There's no such thing as a bad question, a dumb question. Ask whatever you want. Do it. You know, I love this game. I do. And it's really easy to shit on this game. It's really easy to pick it apart. It's really easy to sit there and say, well, this is broken and this is broken. And yes, there are valid criticisms of this game. I'm not going to pretend like this game is the greatest game of all time, but I have a very special love for this game. I have a very just it allows me to express my creativity. It does. It allows me to think of a ship that I would love to see, right? And put it together and go, that's it. That's it. That's right there. It's blowing stuff up. Oh, it's whatever. So, bro, thanks so much for all this info for taking all the time. Hey, listen, it's not just for you. I mean, and again, it does not bother me whatsoever. You would not believe, and if I told you this, and it remains true, even in the fleet that I'm in right now here on PC, there are a lot of people that have these types of questions all the time. There are so many people. This game surprises me to this day, after 16 years of this game being around, how much information out there is not easily accessible. It is not easily available. It is not, and I mean, yes, you can look at YouTube videos. Yes, you can look at websites. It's not going to give you all the answers. I might not have all the answers, and I'm not going to pretend I do. But I will tell you that it's much easier when you have somebody in your corner that says, hey, what you got in mind? What you want to piece together? And you go and test it, and you try it out, and you get that dopamine hit, right? You get that dopamine hit. You go, oh man, this build worked. It felt great. I finally got to do what I wanted it to do. Once you do, and you feel that way, it's a great feeling, because then you know that the next time you log on. So I think you said you were at work right now, right? So you're at work and you're listening. Next time you log on and you piece together this, you're gonna feel it. And then you're going to jump on the next day and you're going to go, man, my ship is doing what I wanted it to do. It's flying, it's blowing up, it's dropping all the space magic fuckery, whatever you want it to do. It's doing it. And now you get that little dopamine hit and you're like, okay, I want to turn this up. I want to turn this up to we're at a 7 right now. I want to turn this thing up to 10. How do I turn this up to 10? So then you start asking more questions. You're like, okay, guys, I have put together this build. It's doing this. What else can we get it to do? Let's see. What do you got on here? Okay, you got this, and this. Have you looked at this trait? Have you considered this bridge officer? Have you considered this duty officer? And then you start going, oh, no, I haven't done that yet. What does this duty officer do? Well, he gives you this. I'm sure my fleet would help, but it's that thing about these different time zones that sucks. And and that is a rough thing. It's rough when you play a game with players that are either not, able to work with you or mess with you or do anything at the same time as you. It is rough, and especially with the social game. So I understand that frustration. I think that's kind of the reason why I came back to streaming as a whole. Is one, I get to do what I enjoy, which is I'm a very sociable person, so I love talking to people. Part of that is because my job is it's a very boring job. It pays great. It's a boring job. I am in medical billing, so I sit behind the desk and computer, and I don't have a lot of social interaction. So as a person who needs to talk to people and get that social interaction out, I think it makes sense for me to do this, right? It makes sense for me, even if I'm talking to 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Even if I'm talking to myself, I at least get to express whatever's on my mind, right? So This is why I enjoy doing this. But helping people out in general, or just talking to people in general, is great. It's great for the mind. It's great for the soul. It's great for being able to work together for a common goal. Because at the end of the day, that's what we're all here for, right? On STO is to kind of work towards a common goal. You want to succeed at the game you're playing, and I think that's the biggest problem that people have as a whole, whether it's on STO, whether it's on Destiny 2, whether it's on World of Warcraft. I can name a million different games that usually are considered a social game, right? It's an MMO. It's a work together experience. It just kind of sucks that so many people want to gatekeep stuff, or so many people don't want to take the time out to help others or explain how some things work or share any kind of information, because we've kept things, and I think some of it falls back on the whole PvP mindset. I'm guilty of it, just as other people are, but like, we've held things close to the chest because we're like, oh, we don't want them to know about this. No, 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 no. I joked around about this the other day on stream, but it's true. PC recently just got something patched that we've been abusing, and we were kind of responsible for it. There was a trait, construction and reconstruction, which word fused anomalies, and you could like spam the shit out of it. Recently got nerfed on PC. We kind of broke it 3 years ago, and it took them 3 years to figure it out, and they finally patched it. So you can no longer break it. That was one of our science fuckery things that we did. We held it close to the chest because it benefited us in PvP, and I guess it does benefit in TFOs too, right? Because you could spam the shit out of anomalies, but we kept it close to the chest because we didn't want it getting out there. That being said, who did it really benefit at the end? It benefited us that used it, but I would say 75% of the player base didn't even know about it, and the ones that did know about it, they were just like, okay, cool. It's a bug. They're gonna fix it at some point. It only took them 3 years to fix it, but that's what I mean. It in the long run, it didn't really do anything for any. Basically, what I'm saying is, had that knowledge gone out 3 years ago, one, it would have been patched within months. But secondly, had that knowledge gone out like 3 years ago, I think elite TFOs would have been a lot easier for a lot of people, because then they would have been spamming it. PvP probably would have killed itself way earlier than it's already killed. So, I guess I sit there and I look back at my past, and I look back at the state that the game is in. And I want it to succeed. I do. I want this game to carry on. I'd like to see the 20th anniversary of this game, the 25th anniversary of this game, because it's a very enjoyable game. It really is, and it's something that I look back on with fond memories. And I go, I remember when we used to do this. I remember when we used to fight so and so, or we used to build ships like this. I remember how this existed before it got nerfed or whatever, right? So I would like to see what happens 9 years from now for the 25th. Do thank you again. I'm gonna start wrapping up to head home. I'll keep an eye out for your next stream. Hey, no problem, Zero. Like I said, I will put this out there one more time before you head out. Right now, for sure, Monday and Tuesday nights are very consistent for me to stream. I will update my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel on the days if I can add them. But right now we're looking at Monday and Tuesdays. We will probably start around 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, and there. So that's what I'm looking at for Monday and Tuesdays. If anything changes, I will let you all know. But as if any other stream comes out throughout the week, it's more than likely going to be an impromptu stream, and it's like I had time to jump in, and I do try to live a very active life. I do try to. So, Hero, I appreciate you being here. Feel free anytime, jump in, and yeah, we will definitely help you out as best we can. You're more than welcome to jump over to our YouTube channel if you want to drop a comment. If you need help with anything, feel free to leave a comment on YouTube, and I will answer back. Whatever I can do, whoever I can. Troy, pet builds. There are some good pet builds out there. There are some good traits out there too. I've never really been sold on them for the most part. I feel like pets die so easily, but it doesn't mean that they're not viable. It's just I will have to. I have a pet build. I have 2 pet builds on Xbox. I think I need a trait to update one of them, and I definitely think. I think in the current meta, the Type 7 Federation pets from the Owani are like probably going to be the best as far as like debuffs are concerned. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with that. There's a lot you can do with pet builds. We could talk about pet builds another time. Actually getting a little tired here. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning, but I spent a lot of time talking, which is great. I much rather do that. Just trying to think if there's anything that I absolutely need to do. There is something I need to do. There is something. We gotta run this right here. I'm pretty sure I don't think I've done my event for today. I don't know. How come I can't see? There it is. Yeah, I have not. Okay. Might as well do it. For what? Wait, what are you talking about? Really, for what? I'm not. I. What, for pet builds? Or are you talking about for something else? Alright, we'll go do this real quick. We'll do the event. Start wrapping it up. This will take us about 10-15 minutes. So. Oh yeah, Type 7. Dude. Yeah. I'm going to show you why. Attack pattern beta 3 and close-in sensor pass 3 with 2 omnidirectional beam arrays which fire at will, 1 on them. And if you read that, and you'll see why. I use Type 7s for everything. Like, especially just yeah. That debuff to spread that debuff around with the omnidirectional attack pattern beta 3 and closing sensor pass 3. Damage resistance just starts tanking. And then if you use that trait, the pet trait from the personal space traits, that gives your pets even added defense rating drop for what, and added damage for every person on the map. Can't even think of it right now. Like I said, my brain is not braining. But if you run that, bro,
here they come.
Things get silly quick. Like I said, they're just, in my opinion, they're squishy. That's all they are. They're just squishy. And it becomes one of those situations where it's like, I have a hard time justifying like a full-on pet build. I'm not saying like they're not viable. I'm just saying like, you have to relaunch pets so much because they die. They don't have any immunity to warp core breaches, right? So they die when they go and fight shit. So like to really kind of keep them rolling, you have to like be on top of it. But it's not the end of the world by any means. Like you can get them to hit really freaking hard. I think the pet build that I have on console, I think each of my pets were hitting for like 15,000 damage, like on each like shot. It was their baseline damage was just is ridiculous. But like as soon as warp core breach or whatever, yeah, you consider running gym support with that. To think about what the gym support critics do. I'd have to take a look at them, you know what we'll do next week is we'll run on console one night. We'll pick either Monday or something, or if I get a chance this week to stream on console, I will. We'll see. But I'll pull up some of my builds on console because like I have access to so much more over there. I don't even know if I'm ever gonna get half of those builds over here because it's so much. It's so much. Like I think I'm gonna stick to like 3 or 4 builds over here on PC, and just kind of like put together others as time goes on. But like, I'm definitely gonna keep my exotic build, my torque build, and maybe like 1 beam array build or 2. But like, of all the stupid shit that I've built over the years, I don't know if I really, really want to do it all over again. You know, like, it's just so much time and lithium and a lot. So we'll see. We'll figure it out. But I'll have to take a look. I've got so many different things. I just
reading some heavier ships incoming. Raiders and battle cruisers.
This is like so overkill on normals. Well, they got cover all right. I still want to look into tonic build. I gotta really sit down with it and kind of see what, especially with the protonic proccing weapons, kind of see if I can't play around a little bit with it. That'd be the adventure for one night. I wish they would. I don't know if it's on Xbox or not, but I know it's not on PC. I wish they would re-release the 10th anniversary over here on PC. I need the 10th anniversary over here. What is this? The 2 pets I run are Zinni Aquatic and Gems. The Zinni Aquatics are nice. They're not bad. I only switched to the Type 7s when the 15th came out. That's it. I mean, that's because of this ship right here in the Awani, but like, I'm trying to think of what I ran before that. I don't really remember. There was... I've been to Malums. I gotta... Like I said, we'll log into Xbox one night during a stream.
The Klingons are regrouping again.
Take a look at
Get into position
one
to
of
prepare for the next assault.
80 freaking plus builds on there, at least. At least. I was scrolling through Spicy on there on console. My active ship slots, I think it's like 90 something, and my dry dock slots are like 30 something, and they were all full. I was like, oh my god, I have 120 ships, like, and all of them have like different things to them. Like, not one of them is sitting completely blank at all. So we've done so much stupid stuff over there on console, like, I don't know how I feel about it. And that's just on one character, too. Not to mention, like, all the other characters, right? Different recruits, Gamma recruit, Temporal Operative recruit, KDF recruit, you know, like, oh god, man, there's been so much. it's amazing when you look back at something. You go, oh my god, I spent. I think console release was 2016. I'm almost certain it was 2016. I think it was October 2016. I think it was. Yeah, I think that's about right. So you look back on it and go, 10 years of console, right? That's a lot. And I mean, I only took one break on console at that time before like switching back over to PC, right? Like I took one break and I think that was like a year. Let's just say 9 years, right? Yeah, see, look at that. That's wild, dude. 135 dry dock, bro. That is crazy. Like, I'm just saying, and they're all filled up, aren't they? Like, yeah, they're all filled up. So 134, 135. It's nuts how much stuff you acquire over the course of that long, right? And then you go, do I want to do it all again? Because that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. It's like, do I want to? No. But will I piece together what I want and be very like particular about it? Absolutely. I will do that because I've been there, done that. You know, I've got the trades, I've got this, I've done that. I can only hope and pray that someday they merge. they just merge everything together so I can just have it all back, right?
Today was a good one. At least there will be a tomorrow.
Okay, so we got our event campaign. If they just let you play your account wherever, then I'd be set. I'd be on. But yeah. I didn't even pop these open from earlier. I really need to get the crafting on this character. I probably... How many ice magnets do I have? That's just from, like, this past couple days, because I crafted the shit out of the last one, and then... Never actually played around with that console either. Never saw if I wanted to keep that part of that immunity build. Yeah, we did a lot tonight, though. It was kind of fun. Like, telling you, once that Surrok trait hits console, that's PvP scene is going to be wildly different. That immunity on top of all the other immunities that already exist in the game add more to it. Also, it's a disable too, which you know, you run that plus an ETL, and you're just going to sit there and it's just it's wild. That being said, we did cover a lot tonight. Do a quick recap on things out for tonight, and maybe possibly the week. Like I said, if I find time this week, jump on. You'll run through streams, so notifications are on, and you're following, and all that good stuff, right? And then see me on, great. As of this stream, our only 2 days this week streaming are going to be Monday, Tuesdays, and I can see that for the foreseeable future. Days right now. And that's okay, because I don't want to stream 7 days a week until I either get a bigger following and it becomes more or less a thing, right? Like we could stream more. Or be like it's just I enjoy it that much more and I want to be on more often. But so for the recap for tonight, we've gone over Surrok trait. We played the first hour and a half of stream around with it. We got quite a bit of information as how the immunity works, what triggers it, how long it works, and what your downtime is between certain consoles and the immunities popping off, the immunity triggers, So it was very interesting to see that you could basically, if you timed everything out right in that 30-second window before you could activate the immunity trait, you would have 28 seconds of immunity, which means there was only 2 seconds that there was not an immunity. You had to time everything correctly, and you had to line it up. So it's one of those pitch perfect situations, right? So that was what we did for the first hour and a half. Then we played a little bit on our KEF, ran a couple of elite TFOs, blew up stuff on routing missions, stuff like that. We had met some new friends and old friends alike, and definitely worked with somebody who is new-ish to the game and has not been able to obtain information or really been able to build the way they want to build, and we are hopefully going to put them on the right path for success in this game. That goes for anybody, really. Just, honestly, it goes for anybody. So, with that being the case, we're going to call it here tonight. I'm sure I'll get with Troy and Monty and the crew sometime throughout the week, for sure. But as far as streaming is concerned, like I said, we're going to keep it Monday and Tuesdays. If it changes, I will update it here on Twitch, and I will update it on YouTube as well with a community post or something. So I appreciate everybody who stopped by, whether you're seeing what's going on or you just wanted to hang out. So, but that's going to do it for me tonight. I am Captain Spicy Pants. Have a good rest of your, well, now it's Wednesday morning on the East Coast, so Tuesday night everywhere else, or Wednesday where you're at. So have a good one. Take care, and I will see you next